The prayer this morning will be offered by the good delegate representing Prince George's County.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you and we praise you, for this is the day that you've made. And as we prepare, God, to end this legislative session, we pray that thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth even as it is in heaven. We pray that you will refresh all of the legislators who have taken the time to advocate on behalf of their constituents, who have been passionate, who have been committed. We pray for our speaker. We pray that you would continue to guide our steps and that you would have your way in this place today. In your great name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 130 members present, the House is now in session. The clerk will read the journal from the previous day.
Annapolis, Maryland, March the 20th, 2025.
Recognizing the Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the journal.
So ordered. Petitions, memorials, and other papers. Message from the Senate. Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the bills on committee assignments.
Senate Bill 433, the President, House Rules. Senate Bill 1019, Howard County Senators. House Rules by order Sylvia Seeger, Chief Clerk.
Message from the Senate. Consent calendar number 29. Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the first bill and committee assignment.
Senate Bill 595.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of Senate Bill 595, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
Hearing no objection, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committees. Yea and nay, consent calendar number 6. House bills passed in the Senate. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 131.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of House Bill 131, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
So ordered. Yea and nay, consent calendar number 7. House bills passed in the Senate. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 719.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of House Bill 719, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
So ordered. Report of the Committee on Appropriations, report number 25. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 200, Board of Trustees of the Maryland Teachers and State Employees Supplemental Retirement Plans, renaming, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 208, Human Services Maryland Assistive Technology Program Establishment, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 230, Human Services Local Departments of Social Services Audits, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 231, State Government Public Employee Relations Act, alterations, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 278, Tax Relief and State Personnel Equality for Service Members Act, favorable.
Question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 396, Public Safety Officer Performance of Duties Death Benefits, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 445, Department of Human Services Federal Commodity Supplemental Food Program Administration, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 457, State Retirement and Pension System Transfers Between Systems Work Group, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 612, State Retirement and Pension System Deferred Vested Former Members Return to Service, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Report of the Committee on Appropriations, report number 26. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 623, St. Mary's County Public Facilities Bond, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 692, State Retirement and Pension System Alterations and Clarifications, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed the third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 693, State Retirement and Pension System Reemployment Earnings Limitations Maximum Average Final Compensation, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 765, Out-of-Home Placement Providers, Individuals Enrolled in Higher Education and Vocational Training Programs, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 767, Calvert County Sheriff, Deputy Sheriffs, and Correctional Deputies Collective Bargaining, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 768, Correctional Officers Retirement System Membership Clarifications, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 810, Board of Trustees for the State Retirement and Pension System Investment Division Compensation and Staffing, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 862, State Retirement and Pension System Administrative Fees Repeal, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered to pass for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 1005, Federally Qualified Health Centers Grant Program, Acquisition of Land, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Economic Matters, report number 30. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 149, Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation, Total Assessed Costs of Greenhouse Gas Emissions Study and Reports, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 227, Workers' Compensation Payment from Uninsured Employers Fund, revisions, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 785, Labor and Employment, Unpaid Parental Leave, Definition of Employer, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 35. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1506, Municipalities, Enforcement of Ordinances and Resolutions, favorable.
Question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 36. Clerk, read the first bill.
Senate Bill 89, Department of the Environment, Notation of Veteran Status, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 250, Department of the Environment, Fees, Penalties, Funding, and Regulation, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 758, Condominiums and Homeowners Association, Elections, Financial Statements, and Enforcement, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 891, Land Use and Real Property, Accessory Dwelling Units, Requirements and Prohibitions, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Report of the Committee on Health and Government Operations, report number 55. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 646, Health Insurance, Insulin, Prohibition on Step Therapy or Fail First Protocols, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? I was trying to make sure you were finished before I proceed. Okay. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 40. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 80, Criminal Law, Animal Abuse or Neglect Penalties, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 123, boating accidents, duty to stop at the scene, render assistance, and provide information, penalties. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Okay.
Madam
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendments are clarifying and technical. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now to adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered to pass the third reading. Report of the Committee on Economic Matters, report number 31. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 116, data center impact analysis and report. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 conforms the Senate bill to the House bill as we passed it. Please move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now to adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 144, corporations and associations, limited worker cooperative associations, authorization, Maryland Limited Worker Cooperative Association Act. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a very long name. Move so much to be considered reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
The amendment alters the process for hearings, orders, and appeals. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 148, State Board of Public Accountancy emeritus status. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much to be considered reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
The amendment makes technical changes and conforms the Senate bill to the House bill as passed by this chamber. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Past the third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 399, natural resources, wildland areas, overhead transmission lines. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 limits the distance from the Potomac Edison transmission line that NextEra Energy transmission line may be, specifies that for any wildland acreage lost, NextEra Energy must replace it with twice that amount and must enter into a land conservation management plan for the new acres, and sets certain public participation requirements related to the transmission line project. Please move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 37. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 320, Wacomico County Vehicle Laws, Prohibition on Roadway Solicitations. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
The amendment alters the prohibition by requiring solicitation in an aggressive manner, and it alters the effective date. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now to adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 460, St. Mary's County Vehicle Laws, Prohibition on Roadway Solicitations. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Same amendment, different county. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1520, Baltimore County and Baltimore City Vehicle Laws, Lighting on Privately Owned Vehicles. Favorable with amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. You
yeah.
adding minute? You
Sorry,
adding?
move. The amendment is technical. Move the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What did you say? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now to adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1534, Condominiums and Homeowners Associations, Elections, Financial Statements, and Enforcement. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As amended, this bill conforms to the House bill to the Senate version that we just passed a few moments ago. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now to adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation. Report number 38. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 101, Wicomico County Vehicle Laws, Prohibition on Roadway Solicitations. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
The amendment alters the prohibition by requiring solicitation in an aggressive manner in Wicomico. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now to adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered to pass to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 1030, Baltimore County and Baltimore City Vehicle Laws, Lighting on Privately Owned Vehicles. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Question for the House. Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
The amendment is technical. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now to adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 41. The clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 828, Immigration Enforcement, Sensitive Locations, Access Guidance, and Policies Protecting Sensitive Locations Act. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 alters the title and is technical. Amendment number 2 requires an employee or agent of a state or local correctional facility and law enforcement agent to provide notice of the release of a covered individual at least 48 hours before the release of the individual to facilitate the transfer of the individual to federal immigration authorities, and requires the transfer of the individual if certain conditions are met. Prohibits the state or unit of local government, county sheriff, agency officer, employee, or agent of the state or local government from entering into an immigration enforcement agreement, and requires the termination of any existing agreements by July 1st, 2025, and requires federal law enforcement officers to notify certain individuals of federal immigration action at certain specified sensitive locations, add locals units of government under provisions of the bill, add definitions related to sensitive locations and immigration enforcement actions, and expands the section regarding the type of guidance the Attorney General is required to develop and publish related to immigration enforcement. Please move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title?
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment that I requested last night. That amendment is not ready. I'd like to ask if we could special order this bill to the end of the legislative day, and hopefully that amendment's ready.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, he could actually do this on third reader today. This is a Senate bill, so we can certainly take up that amendment at that time.
Yeah, but I mean, that kind of makes it moot if the bill's already moved without the amendment on it.
Well, you'll have a bite at the apple on third reader for your amendment. It's a Senate bill.
Okay.
You'll be okay.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I have an amendment on the desk. Amendment 543-429/1.
Amendment number 1.
So be considered reading of that amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What we have here, again, ladies and gentlemen, is a bill that's significantly amended to push through a bunch of stuff that really the Maryland people don't want. This bill, as amended, once again eliminates the 287G program and inserts the Trojan horse that we talked about earlier in session, dealing with immigration detainers. That's wrong. The people of Maryland don't want this. They want this problem fixed. We have polled this issue several times, multiple places. So what my amendment does is pretty simple. It inserts strikes the bill and inserts HB 653, if you want to look it up on your system, in replace of that. Because that is the solution the Maryland people want. Not this. This caters to activists, and it's criminal friendly at this point. We want to make the state safer. So I ask for some good judgment here and actually do what the people of Maryland want. I move the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman for presenting this amendment. I'm going to ask the body to resist this amendment. The Senate bill that is before us today is actually really a combination of bills that this body has already passed in some form, and so we have already passed the House versions of these bills. With regards to the amendment, it does completely eliminate the bill that is actually before the body, and so for those reasons, I'm going to ask the body to reject the amendment.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support this amendment. It is a good amendment. The floor leader said most of this is already passed in other bills. So here's your opportunity to make Maryland safe. This has been polled. It is an 80-20 issue. Everywhere across the state, every demographic, people want their communities to be safe. So time is of the essence. Now is your opportunity. I urge you to vote green for this great amendment. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, this amendment is common sense because it fixes the problem that the people of Maryland want. They don't want criminal, illegal immigrants running around and committing crime. This makes almost so much sense that the polling on it the last time was 83% of Marylanders agreed with it, including 90% of African Americans. It makes so much sense that for some reason we're not doing it. What's been painfully obvious this entire session, if there's conflicts between what the Maryland people want versus what the Democratic Party is good for them, they choose this body has been choosing the party every single time.
Incorrect.
It is correct.
Incorrect. Go ahead and finish what else you had to say.
It's happened on taxes. We see it happen on stuff as far as voter ID. We've seen it happen with criminal law as of yesterday. Stuff that Maryland people don't want, it gets jammed through this chamber. And they should be upset. This is a fix. We'd like the majority party just have some political courage and actually do what people of Maryland want instead of what the activist community out in the front steps want. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, this amendment is completely unnecessary. I would put it on the delegate that's making this amendment to read what the Judiciary Committee did with the bill. If you actually go to the very first page of new text in the bill, it requires every county, including those who currently do nothing to help with ICE, to notify ICE about people convicted of a crime of violence, a felony, using a firearm in the commission of drug dealing, driving under the influence, engaging in criminal organization activity, or having an Interpol notice for criminal organization activity. I think that covers almost everything in your amendment. Totally unnecessary.
Yes.
Thank you. What's missing in this bill is sex offenders. And I'm sorry that got left out, unfortunately. So you're telling me that is in there? Thank you. But this...
It's a felony.
Floor Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a felony, and so felonies are covered in this bill. So it does address sex offenders.
Okay, that's great news. Great news for the citizens of Maryland, because Maryland's ICE leads the nation in apprehension of sex offenders. So that's good that that's going to stay in there. But this amendment by the good delegate will retain the 287G program for the counties that have it and would like to keep it. So I think this is a great amendment, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Life's all about timing. The amendment has been prepared. I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 273-422-1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I offer this amendment as the rules for thee and not for me amendment. And the reason I bring that up is because yesterday we had very spirited debate over this past week about loading things on bills and preserving that original posture, the way that the bill was written and came through. And here we are towards the end of session, and we're moving things around. We started out with 3 clean bills dealing with immigration. One of those dealt with U-Visa, had bipartisan support. The other dealt with sensitive locations. Then there was a third that dealt with the 287G program, which has been debated in this body over the last course of years. And I got up because I have a 287G program in my county, it's Cecil County. And we heard debate earlier this session about how important and how effective that program was, stopping fentanyl traffickers, human traffickers, and the like, and how there's been no problems with that program, even though it's been offered for over a decade. So the reason I'm rising today is because what this amendment does is it strikes out what the committee just added on to this clean bill, which started out as a sensitive location bill. It strikes out all of that language that was added about the 287G program, and it does that because that's what's transparent to the folks at home. If you remember, we just passed HB 1222 out of this body, much to our chagrin and the minority party. And it's over in the Senate now, awaiting a vote. But instead of letting that process go through, we've decided to graft it on to another clean bill, which is SB 828. And here's where it gets really confusing for the folks at home. Sensitive locations was also added onto the U-Visa bill, HB 579. Because that started out as a clean bill for sensitive locations. So I know I'm confused. I can't speak for the folks at home listening, but boy, this is a heck of a way to run a railroad. I'm just asking for this language to be stricken from the bill so that HB 1222 over in the Senate can go through its process. We heard lots of talk about Rule 46. I'm not the parliamentarian. I don't know if this violates Rule 46, but it sure smells like it does. And I think that we should let this process play out. That's why I'm asking you to support the amendment. Save Cecil County, save the counties that are already implementing this program, and let them continue to comply with federal law enforcement and get these bad actors off the streets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Floor Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for bringing forth the amendment. Yep, timing is everything. And so we're going to talk about the amendment. And so I'm going to ask the body to reject the amendment. The amendment is actually similar to an amendment that we had when we were debating House Bill 1222, and this body rejected that amendment then. And so I'm urging this body to reject this exact same amendment on this Senate bill. It is important that all of our communities feel safe. I think that this bill actually really does do that. It creates a framework for all of the local jurisdictions throughout the entire state of Maryland, not just Cecil County, but every county and Baltimore City here to cooperate with ICE when someone is convicted of a crime of violence, when someone's convicted of murder, when someone is convicted of rape, when someone is convicted of a serious sex crime, when someone is engaging in a felony or is engaging in organized criminal activity. That's what this bill does. This bill does actually keep our community safe by laying out that framework that every jurisdiction in the state of Maryland must follow, not just select jurisdictions. And for those reasons, I am asking this body to reject the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I rise in support of this amendment. I rise to support my 4 sheriffs. I rise to support all the sheriffs who arrived in Annapolis last week on Lawyers Mall to make sure that 287G remained as a tool that they can use to keep us safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker. Yes, I also rise on behalf of Harford County and my sheriff's office. Their 287G program is an excellent program that has worked for those counties that actually have that contract with the federal government. There has been no complaints, no issues. It works well, and we should, in the state of Maryland, allow those other counties that want to do the same to do that. And why create another process that is not needed because there's already something on the books and something that our counties can actually do that is truly working, and the data shows that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Majority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for some of the statements that have already been stated. In Frederick County, we have the program. It's been very successful at keeping the community safe. I know there's a lot of politics involved and poor perception about it, but in my opinion, I'll put public safety over politics any day. The second thing is that yesterday we heard I don't want to say a lecture, about changing the purpose of bills or amending things, and here we are because the Senate, there's an impression that HB 1222 is not moving in the Senate, so it appears that in an attempt, they're throwing that bill onto the person who's the chairman of the bill that's being held. And, you know, I don't like getting, we could get a parliamentary opinion on it. I don't know if we need that, but, you know, the minority party, we listen, we sit, we try to respect the process. And so if one day we're told, hey, don't do this, you're changing the purpose, you're playing games, and then the very next day we see this bill, which actually has some real consequences for public safety in the state, I just don't think that's fair. And so for all those reasons, I support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Floor Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just real quickly, all of these bills are related. Even with the House bills that we moved out of here, they were a merger of various other bills which this body voted out. And so this is consistent with our House rules. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, very briefly, colleagues, I just want to explain one aspect here of what's going on in what we did with this bill off the rules and back to the substance of the amendment, and why I think it's entirely proper for the state at this time to start to narrow the discretion of all of the counties. And again, I include both the counties that define themselves as sanctuary counties and those counties that would like to engage in full-throated participation in the president's deportation agenda. We have struck a balance with what this bill does. A lot of us took, again, the opening page of the Judiciary Committee amendment to this bill lays out a list of offenses for which every single Maryland county must start helping ICE remove these people from our communities. And we do that exactly as the delegate from St. Mary's called out, so that we keep our communities safe and we remove the violent offenders, the sex offenders, the gang members. We have made that the first page policy of this bill. First page is to require every Maryland county to participate in removing violent criminals from every community in the county, every county in the state. Now, on the other end of this, why is it time to start removing discretion for 287G programs? These are programs that would just basically make the local police department an arm of the federal deportation agenda. At the start of the new White House administration, it was told by the president to us through his Maryland field director for ICE that the president has a new policy, and that they are not just focusing on violent criminals. Anyone who happens to be nearby, whether or not they are a criminal or not, is going to get swept into a deportation raid. And that now constitutes a minimum of 50% of the people they are picking up. So, what's the problem here? You're creating a climate of fear where people who legitimately need help from those violent people in their communities that we are all now trying to help remove, they need help, but they're scared to call the police for help. We cannot have that situation. And now you have multiple counties seeking to join, again, this newly rebranded federal deportation agenda, which is no longer just focusing on violent criminals. And so we have struck a balance in this bill, again, to rein in counties on both sides of the spectrum and try to find a happy compromise that we think balances public safety as well as the rights and respect and safety of all residents of our community in every county. So please reject this amendment and support the balance that the committee struck.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Just in closing, thank you, Madam Speaker. Because of this process and where it's turned out, we're now having to relitigate a bill that we already moved out of this chamber. But what I want to say is that the people that this impacts, let's try to focus on them for a minute. You know, they say that there's no job too big for the person that doesn't have to do the work. The people that we're impacting is those folks that work in the correctional facilities already, that coordinate with ICE, that have been doing so for many years, along with the other folks that are incarcerated in these facilities and the correctional officers that work there. This program has proven results. The genesis of this program is actually Bill Clinton, of all things. And it was put in place, we want to evoke presidential politics here, as a way to get these violent offenders so that they're not in our communities anymore. So I know we're relitigating a bill that we've already litigated, but we're still against it. And we don't think that this is the right vehicle to pass this a second time. Let's let the process play out. I don't control the Senate. I don't know what's going to happen across the hallway here, but this isn't the way to run a railroad, and I'm pressing the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Could the floor leader rise to answer a couple questions for me, please?
Floor leader.
Thank you. I'm reading the bill, and it says that covered individual means an individual who is the subject of an active immigration detainer request and has been convicted on or after June 1st, 2025. So this is actually not going to pertain to any of the dangerous criminals that are currently incarcerated. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that is correct.
And why was that the date you picked?
That is the effective date of the bill. When this bill passes, the effective date is June 1st, 2025. And the reason being is that individuals who were incarcerated before June 1st, 2025, they may have conferred with their attorney with regards to any plea agreements that were brought to them by the prosecution, and they made various decisions on how to respond to those plea agreements based on what the law was at that time when those agreements were presented before them. And so for us to subject individuals who are convicted prior to the effective date of this bill, they may have made different decisions as it related to any plea agreements they may have agreed to without understanding that they may be subject to something like this under the bill. And so that was the reason that that date was added, not just to this bill, but also to the bill that we passed out of the House. House Bill 1222.
All right, I would disagree with you, but I appreciate that. And just like you brought that up, a fourth-degree sex offense is not a felony. So sex offenders are not in this bill, and if they pled down, like you just told me, they are not going to be included in this. That would be a person in authority, like a coach, a teacher, someone else, and having sexual contact with a minor would not necessarily be a felony. So thank you for the answer. I can amend this on third reader, so I'll be drafting.
And I'm sure that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 42. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 676, boating accidents, duty to remain at the scene, render assistance, and provide information. Penalties. Favor the amendments. Amendment 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendments conform the bill to its cross-file Senate Bill 123, which we just saw. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Ways and Means, report number 30. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1189, Baltimore City Property Tax Authority to establish a subclass and special rate for property no longer used for nonprofit purposes. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Be so much consider the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendments authorize the city to impose the regular property tax rate and the existing special tax rate for vacant and abandoned property on nonprofit owned property that is vacant, that is a vacant lot or improved property that is cited as vacant and unfit for habitation or other authorized use on a housing or building violation notice. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendment has been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Passed to third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 259, Election Law, Local Boards of Elections, Election Plan Requirements. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much to be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendments clarify information on polling place plans, establish procedures for public notice and comment when a local board adopts an election plan, requires the state administrator to review ballot drop locations, and requires equitable geographical distribution of the locations selected. I move the committee amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 550, Baltimore City Property Tax Authority to establish a subclass and special rate for vacant property owned by nonprofit organizations. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
The amendments conform the bill to cross-file House Bill 1189. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 596, Washington County Property Tax, Multi-Use Facilities, and Economic Development Projects. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1 removes provisions relating to the county economic development tax credit, and Amendment 2 authorizes the Hagerstown multi-use sports and events facility to enter into a payment in lieu of taxes agreement with local governments. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Special order calendar number 64, recognizing the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good
Hold
morning.
a second. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 773, Health Benefit Plans, Calculation of Cost Sharing, Contribution Requirements. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to withdraw the committee amendments.
Hearing no objection, the amendments are withdrawn.
Madam Speaker, I have some additional amendments.
Okay, go ahead.
It is Amendment 683126/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Just a sec here. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 clarifies that carriers are required to include financial assistance made by or on behalf of the insured to or enrollee when calculating cost-sharing contributions for specified prescription drugs, provides that certain violations are considered violations of the Consumer Protection Act, provides that certain provisions of the bill do not apply to charitable organizations, requires that a certain notice include a statement that an insured or enrollee should file a complaint with the Health, Education, and Advocacy Unit of the Attorney General's Office under certain circumstances, and requires HEAU to submit a report on complaints filed in accordance with the bill and provides a sunset. Move the amendments, please.
Question for the House is the adoption of the committee amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Excuse me. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Special order calendar number 65. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1556, Environment Advanced Clean Cars 2 Program and Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation, Application and Enforcement. Favor report is amended and adopted.
Okay. Recognizing the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions have been answered. No amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Special order calendar number 67. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1036, Public Utilities Generating Stations, Generation and Siting, Renewable Energy Certainty Act. Favor report is amended and adopted.
Recognizing the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All my questions have been answered.
Okay. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have an amendment at the desk. 113822.
Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I move the amendment, I just want to make a couple comments about why this amendment and 3 others that I will bring to the floor are so important, especially for the Eastern Shore. Solar panels should.
Could you read the what you want? Amendment.
Yeah,
on the,
sure. I'm sorry. 113822.
Okay.
Amendment number 1.
Good to go.
Go ahead.
All right. First of all, I want to make the argument that we should never put solar panels over top of agriculture. When we do that, we're making a decision. You know, we're making a decision. What's more important, energy or food? Energy or food production. That's the decision that we're making when we're very deliberately creating legislation that's going to make that decision. That's exactly what this bill does. When I was a county commissioner 10 years ago, we knew that this was coming. You know, and against our better judgment, what we did in Caroline County is we authorized up to 2,000 acres of solar. 2,000 acres. This was 10 years ago because we knew this was coming. We knew it was wrong. We knew that we should never be covering farm fields with solar panels. We don't do that because there's so many other ways to generate electricity. We talk about this, I don't know how many times every single session. Nuclear, natural gas, wind, offshore wind. We should never, ever be covering farm fields with solar panels. And that's exactly what we're doing. But I do have some questions in order to frame the argument for these 4 amendments. And these are amendments that are very, very important for the Eastern Shore, our #1 industry that's been around for 500 years. And this is an industry that we very much depended on, that is very much being threatened now by this one piece of legislation. And we're going to hear today, well, this is going to help you guys. Because right now, 100% of what's called the priority preservation area can be covered with solar panels. Okay. Instead, what we're going to do is just 5% of the priority preservation area. That sounds great on paper. If I was a lobbyist, I would say, you know what, that's a win. You know, we hear all the time on the floor, you know what, you're getting a half a loaf of bread instead of a full loaf. You should be happy, right? Well, you should be happy unless that half a loaf of bread is going to destroy you. Then it doesn't matter if it's a half a loaf or a full loaf, right? A half a loaf is still going to destroy you. This bill, as it's written, moves out of the General Assembly, over time will eliminate the agriculture business on the Eastern Shore. And on third reader, I will explain why. But first, I do have some questions for the floor leader.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you explain to the body what this bill and what the intent of this bill is?
The intent of this bill is to make sure that Maryland is ranked last in the ability to get siting and solar done. So the intent of this bill is to obviously, because we're in a generation slump, we don't have enough energy to create more energy generation, making sure that that if individuals choose to, and I'm sure we'll touch on that because the word choose to is important, put solar on their property, that they're allowed to do so. And the states and the counties don't just get to zone them out. So we want to make sure that we have throughout the state a similar way of approaching solar energy and making sure that utility scale solar can actually be a part of the state's future.
And so what this bill does is it targets specifically priority preservation areas. Is that correct?
Absolutely not.
The solar siting.
That is one small facet of the bill.
But the priority, is it safe to say, though, that the majority of the solar sightings that will happen in our state will be in that 5% of what is already designated as priority preservation areas?
That's, again, a very dubious way of looking at it, because absolutely not. Because
okay, I'm sorry.
What we're doing is, you already said it, but for clarification, right now we can do 100% of this priority protected land. And we instead said, okay, no. 95% of that is still going to be ag protected. We're only saying up to 5%. That's a max that can be done on ag land. So to be very clear, that's not the only place we're putting solar. We just addressed that in this bill.
From an acreage standpoint, is it safe to say that the vast majority of potential acreage where solar will be sited will be in the priority preservation areas across the state?
That's what you interpreted it.
Well, I'm just looking at right now, as this bill's drafted, 103,546 acres across the state is in the priority preservation area. That's a lot of acreage across the state.
It's over 2 million acres of priority preservation land already. It is 5% of that. Yes, that it's allowed to be in there. And I want to be clear, because we've got to do this right. If we're going to approach this, let's approach this right. Let's make sure we don't pretend that the state is taking anyone's land or forcing anyone to put solar. In fact, it's the other way around. We have individuals out there, they may be older, they don't want to farm anymore, but they still want the financial benefit. And as we've heard, and we'll probably hear again, how much of a financial benefit it is to put solar on your farms. I'm telling that farmer who doesn't want to till the land anymore that he can still produce something. It's just going to be electrons. We are giving the landowner a choice. Now, the crazy thing is, this is not what I wanted to do. This is working with MACO. Because in my mind, if that owner, throughout the zoned areas, any of those landowners should be able to do what they want with their land. But we said what? 5% of those farmers, if they so choose, can benefit by putting solar on their land. So when you talk about destroying, you're basically saying that you know better than that farmer, and he should not be allowed. If he doesn't want to farm, then he is stuck. And I'm saying if he doesn't want to farm, his land still has value to him and his family.
I appreciate that argument, but the farmers don't want us to pass this bill.
Then they
the
don't.
The Maryland Farm Bureau does not want us to pass this bill. The Maryland Grain Producers Association does not want us to pass this bill. MACO they conceded on several things, but as you know, MACO, they represent 24 jurisdictions, and they feel like they got to win. And what we're saying here is that half loaf is still going to destroy our #1 industry, who is 100% adamantly opposed to it. But my next question, is there an appetite among the committee that our level of commitment will ever be reduced in regards to renewable energy?
As far as,
are we going to lower our renewable energy goals? Is there an appetite at all for the committee to want to do that?
there are no local energy goals. I apologize. I'm not sure what you're asking.
No, our REC goals, our state's REC
But
goals.
the state, okay, you said
state
local.
REC
I didn't
goals.
know.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
because
Yep.
we're not requiring any county specifically to do any of these
No, I'm
things.
not asking that, but is there an appetite among the committee that if we don't come close or we're struggling to hit these REC goals, is there an appetite that the state may at some point want to reduce our goals?
We're already not hitting, and we're not going to reduce our goals. We're going to continue to aspire every year to do just a little better.
Okay. Okay. Is it the intent? Is it the committee's intent to hit those REC goals at any cost?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Is it the committee's intent to spread the participation across the state in regards to solar siting?
I don't understand the question, bud.
So the question is that the intent of this bill or the intent of the committee to want the Public Service Commission or this entire solar program to be spread throughout the entire state? Or is it okay that we isolate it in certain parts of the state?
That's why we put the cap at 5%, number one, to make sure that didn't happen. But more importantly, please, let's not lose sight of the fact that you said the farmers don't want them. Well, obviously certain ones do, otherwise you wouldn't have a problem with this bill. Because certain farmers must want it, fair?
I represent 4 agricultural communities, almost 1,000 square mile. I mean, I don't know how many farmers, I can't tell you in my district. It's Cecil, Kent, Queen Anne's, and Caroline County. Probably the most rural, have the most farmers in the state of Maryland. I have not had a single farmer come to me and say that they want more solar panels.
And guess what? You won't have any more solar panels. Answer. Because you know why? They have to choose to do this. That's where I don't understand this apocryphal approach that somehow we're going to force people to put solar on their lands. This is an opportunity, and we know a financial boon for these farmers if they so choose. So let's be clear. Some farmers must want it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I will debate that issue, and we will have a conversation about it, and I will answer that question. But first, is there anything in this bill that directs the Public Service Commission, when they're approving these projects, that they spread these projects out across the state? Is there anything in the bill that requires the Public Service Commission to do that?
You mean like almost a tit for tat thing?
No, to say that we have, we'll have, say, 20,000 acres in one part of the state, and we only have, 3 acres or 5 acres in another part of the state. Is there an intent, and is there anything in this piece of legislation that will try its very best to be able to spread solar panels out throughout the entire state? Is that, it's yes or no?
I say yes, by its very design. By its very design, anybody throughout the state of Maryland, except for that 95% of the ag land, can put solar panels on. So we are not making them do it. So that's how it spreads out, because anybody can do it if they so choose.
So we're using that 5% of the PPA and that's what we're using as the mechanism to spread out solar panels across the state. I think that's what you're saying. Is that correct?
Again, like right now, there is no cap. This bill at least gives that cap.
I'm talking about once we know this bill's passing. Once this bill passes, is that the mechanism that's going to be able to spread solar out throughout the entire state? So it's not concentrated in just one part of the state. That's my question.
It's not going to be concentrated by design. it will be concentrated, it would be only concentrated by choice.
And I'm
Because
gonna
if none of my farmers in Charles County, and I mean this, if none of them, because we're farmland too, if nobody chooses to have solar panels, if nobody chooses to either lease or sell their land to these utility scale solar, guess how much solar we'll have? Zero. Your counties too. Your counties are not, there's nobody, nothing's being taken, and it just seems so confusing when you're talking about spreading it out. No, it's an opportunity for everyone in the state, if they so choose, and they have land, to put utility scale solar. And we cut that down to just 5% of the land, 5% of the land that those people in those ag preserve areas own. They can only do 5%. We're limiting those farmers. We're making sure those farmers don't have a choice. I don't like it. That's what we negotiated with MACO. That's what we negotiated with the Farm Bureau. Because I'd rather say, no, sir, if you want to put solar on your lands, God bless you and Godspeed.
Okay, so you said not by design, and I agree with you. In this bill, with the way it's written, not by design, is it designed to target certain areas of the state? It's not. I will make that concession here and now. But in reality, what's going to happen, and as we all know now, based on this Piedmont line that's going through Baltimore County and that's going through Carroll County, we know that if we're going to be putting solar panels up anywhere in the state, we're going to have to do grid upgrades, right? I think we can all agree to that. And I think we can also all agree that when we do these grid upgrades, these infrastructure upgrades, it's so much less expensive, and it's a little bit more popular, or I should say less unpopular, when we do it in the rural areas. It's going to be less expensive when we're building power lines across farmland than it would across Charles County, Prince George's County, across Montgomery County. History tells us that. I mean, that's what's happening right now. So in principle and in reality, the people that are really, truly determining where these solar panels are going to go, it's the companies, it's the investors. They're going to go to the Eastern Shore first because they know when they do these upgrades, it's going to be less expensive. They're going to have to deal with fewer NIMBYs, and it's going to be in the land's cheaper. So we know that in reality, that's where it's going to go first. And then let me also say too, when we're talking about choices, these are false choices that people are making. Right now, our farmers are paying about $400 an acre for irrigated land. $400 an acre for irrigated land. These solar companies, most of us probably have no idea what they're offering landowners to put solar panels on the Eastern Shore. For large-scale solar, it's $3,000 to $4,000 an acre per year. $3,000 to $4,000 an acre per year, plus a signing bonus on top of that. Community solar, $5,000 to $6,000 an acre per year for community solar. And guess who's paying for that? Not the solar companies. We know that. And if you say that the solar companies are paying for it entirely out of their profits, that's disingenuous. The taxpayers are paying for that. Both state and federal tax dollars are paying for this. So to sit there to say that it's a true choice, it's not. People, if they're in a bad financial situation, sure, they may take that $6,000 an acre instead of $400 an acre they're getting from the farmers. The low-hanging fruit's been taken already. The people who are choosing not to sell out to these companies, the reason why they're doing it is they're trying to preserve their family history, they're trying to preserve their legacy, they're trying to preserve an industry. So to say that we're not forcing this on them. We're giving them false choices, though, is what we're saying. And this is by design. This is entirely by design. But I do have some other questions for you, but I'll certainly give you the opportunity to respond.
I guess we should probably discuss the amendment at some point.
Well, this is a big issue for us, and I appreciate you giving us the latitude, because this will fundamentally change the Eastern Shore.
All right, now, again, you've actually proven my point for me. You literally say the word, there is no choice, but then you said somebody's going to give me $400 an acre, or somebody's going to give me $6,000 an acre. Yeah, it sounds like they have a choice. And I would not be mad at them if they chose that $6,000. But the ones that want to preserve their farmland and want to continue to be farmers, nothing in this bill requires them to take that $6,000 an acre. But I would like them, if they want to do so, to have the opportunity to make that kind of money. I'm not going to get in their way. Clearly, you don't mind doing that, but I'm not going to try to hurt these farmers. I want to help these farmers, and they are still producing something. It's called electrons.
Well, you're helping them with money that doesn't belong to the solar companies, but you're helping me build my case here. So the farmers are choosing not to sell out, and they're doing so because they want to preserve their family history. They want to preserve the #1 industry on the Eastern Shore. They're doing so because they believe in what is right. Most people on the House chamber, they don't understand how Eastern Shore agriculture works. It's integrated. There's a three-legged stool. You have the grain producers, you have the chicken growers, and you have the integrators who actually produce the chicken, right? If any of those three legs are pulled out, that industry implodes. And if we pull out thousands and 10,000s and potentially 100,000s of acres of grain production on the Eastern Shore, and we cover it with solar panels, at some point it's going to implode. We're already importing corn, but it's much more expensive to do that. Fortunately, we're producing enough soybeans. Fortunately, we're producing enough small grain in order to sustain the poultry industry. If we start barging in wheat and barley and soybeans, we start bringing in by rail car, we're not going to be able to afford to do this anymore. And this is the reason why I'm standing up. And this is the reason why the ones who don't sell out, who are in a financial position where they don't have to, this is why they're not. Is because they're trying to protect what we've grown to love for 500 years on the Eastern Shore. So my next question is 5% cap. How did the committee arrive at 5%?
It was in negotiations with MACO and in negotiations with the Farm Bureau.
Okay. So statewide, 5% is, I mentioned, 103,546 acres. So that's more than 20 times than what we need to hit our goals. And I guess my question
5%
is...
in each county, by the way. I want to clarify. You do understand that, right?
I'm sorry?
It's per county.
Correct.
Okay.
I do understand that. So I guess my next question is, what is our energy goals in regards to solar? How many acres do we need in order to produce enough solar to hit our REC goals?
I think you're going to get ready. Are we getting ready to talk about MEA's assessment? Is that where we're going with this?
No, there are numbers, and they range. That's why I'm asking you. I'm wondering which one we're going to go off of because I've heard so many different numbers. How many acres in Maryland do we need to produce in solar in order to hit our solar REC goals?
I think give or take 30,000.
30,000. Okay. So Paul Penske recently said that it's 18,000 acres. So do we know why there's a, I mean, does whoever you're talking to, do we know why there's a disparity between the 18 and the 30,000 acres?
Again, when it comes to the size, and I feel we're getting off on a tangent. I'll roll with you, though. I'll roll with you. Okay.
Now, I'll explain why I'm asking the question.
Okay, because there's, again, we're not mandating anybody to do this. These are the goals. So at the end of the day, I don't care if we have 60,000 acres of solar if the people so choose, because we also need energy. This whole debate we're going to have today is about Maryland and our energy desert that we live in. So this bill was not guided by any goals, if that's your question.
Well, that's pretty scary that we're not guided by goals. The reason why I say that is that we're using a lot of public money to subsidize a program that has the potential to destroy our #1 industry on the Eastern Shore, and it's not guided by goals. That's very concerning to me. And that's the reason why I asked the question, because it seems like there's a big difference between 18 and 30 when it comes to our goals. And if we're gonna have a 5% of whatever number it is, I think that it should somehow tie into some ultimate goal.
You're conflating two very different issues here. You're assuming that the only place that we're going to be building utility scale solar is within that 5% of the ag reserve. You are incorrect, period. So we're walking down a path that I don't particularly understand, because when you're talking about, we're basically just saying within that area, 5% of it can be used for solar. They can build in tier 1, tier 2 areas as well. It's not mandating that we build only an ag reserve. That's not a goal. The goal is to inspire and move forward with solar, utility scale solar construction.
So my next question, there are 4 counties, Howard, Allegheny, Garrett, and Somerset, which have 0 acres of priority preservation area. So are those counties preempted by state law still, or can they create their own caps?
I believe they're preempted, yeah. Like they're preempted by state law.
How are they preempted if they have 0 priority preservation areas?
Because I keep saying, that's not the only place you get to build solar. I don't understand. We're missing each other here. You're focused on the ag land. I'm talking about the state of Maryland. That's not the only place that we will or have been building solar.
No, I'm not mistaken, because the way the bill's written is that until each county reaches that cap, that 5% cap, then they have no local control. Once they reach that cap, then that local control kicks in. That preemption's gone away. So if a county has 0 acreage, that cap is 0 to begin with. So based on the way this bill's written, the state cannot preempt those 4 counties.
I'm so confused. What are we talking? Reel me back in here. So those 4 counties that you're asking about, you're saying that we can't preempt them from
Not the way this bill's written, no.
Preempt them from what?
Preempt them from having their own local zoning controls and siting.
They're absolutely allowed to have that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. From the very beginning, the state is not preempting those 4 counties. However, they're preempting every other county across the state by a whole lot. For example, not until, I'll use your county for example, not until Charles County has 6,637 acres in solar, the Charles County government can't, their local codes don't kick in. Somerset County, Allegheny County, their local zoning can kick in right away the way this bill's written.
I can't help but continue to explain, we're not requiring solar companies to only build in ag preserve. We're saying that of the 100%, the counties have to set aside up to 5% to say, no, you can build here.
And until their local control kicks in, and that's what you're saying. 5% of 0 is what? 0. They don't need any acreage in 4 counties. I think the point was made. All right, so
they have no control in. That's what I'm saying. Then we are the arbiter. This bill controls them absolutely. Because what we want to do is make sure this doesn't happen. This bill is all about what you just said. To make sure local people don't say, well, you know what, you can't build solar near schools, you can't build solar near roads, you can't build solar near bodies of water. We want to make sure that it was fairly zoned because we want to keep this moving forward.
Right. Now I appreciate all the setbacks you were talking about. So the cap is on the total PPA, priority preservation area. And I was listening on your voting session yesterday, and it did not include the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Program in rural legacy areas. So under current law, and even if when this bill moves, you still cannot put solar panels on agriculturally preserved land. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now those agriculturally preserved land is in the calculation for the PPA, correct?
You talk about the lands with easements.
It is. So the total calculation, each county's calculation for the priority preserve area includes MALF and rural legacy, does it not?
Yes.
The answer is correct. So if a county's local zoning doesn't kick in until they reach these numbers in the priority preservation area, is it fair that we're also including those acres that they could never build solar anyway?
In the overall quotient for the PPA, yes.
Yeah. So that is unfair. Okay. That's my last question.
Unfair though. What's unfair about it?
That if we have a county, say your county, whatever that number was, at 6,600, and that county can't, their local zoning doesn't kick in as far as being able to limit solar until they hit that number. Part of that number is the agriculturally preserved land, which it can never be developed anyway. So why is it fair that land that can't have solar panels is included in that number?
Are you asking, is it my opinion? Yes, it's fair. I'm sorry.
It is fair. Okay. Well, I guess I know what my answer is on one of my amendments then. So.
I think so. I think we all know.
All right. So I'll breeze right through these amendments, Madam Speaker. I'll be much faster now. I think that, and the reason why I asked all those questions is because each one of them had to do with the 4 amendments that I want to offer. So on this first amendment, what it does is, again, there's no language in this bill that requires the Public Service Commission, who ultimately decides whether or not these projects are going to be approved, that they have to do their very best to ensure that these projects are going to be all over the state and not just isolated in certain parts of the state. So I'll move the amendment.
Committee Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for getting the amendment to me in a timely manner. I guess we have to again start from scratch, is that we're not forcing a single person in this state to put solar on their land. So we're allowing, well, actually we're stopping 95% of the owners in these ag preserve areas from making that, as you said, $6,000 per acre if they so choose. We're truncating their ability to have money for their children's college. I don't want to do that to the rest of the people in this state. And I don't need, the PSC is already involved. We already have a CPCN process. There's no need to, I guess, as you say, spread it out. It's almost a tit for tat thing, so we kind of keep count of what goes where to make sure there's, if we build one in Montgomery County, then we have to build one in Cecil. What do you mean?
No, I'm not suggesting that, but you know, what we're saying here is that, you know, we have 54,294 acres in 9 counties on the Eastern Shore that's within that 5% confines here. And we know that in practice, what's going to end up happening is these solar developers, because land's cheaper and upgrades are cheaper in those 9 counties compared to over here, that they will, in practice and in reality, they're going to focus their attention on the Eastern Shore. We just want to make sure, not tit for tat, not acre for acre, but there is some sort of attempt that, and we've spoken about this before when this bill was moved, and I think the amendments were actually addressed for some of the counties over on this side of the bridge, actually. And this is just an attempt, and it's not tit for tat. It's not that prescriptive in the amendment. What it's doing is it's basically ensuring that the Public Service Commission at least is considering when in their approvals that these solar panels are going to be developed across the state.
Okay. Colleagues, I would just ask you to resist this amendment. We have taken 95% of the ag preserve off the table. We're leaving 5% because we want to make sure that we still are able to generate energy for this state. It is important, it is imperative. So what we don't need to do now is complicate and convolute this process by not doing what would be nothing more than a tit for tat to make sure if we build in Cecil or if we build in Charles, that we must also build in Montgomery County. We're making this available. We'll make this entire process available to individuals who will voluntarily put solar panels on their land. When we keep talking about the destruction of the farmland, we keep talking about like there's some government taking. This is not on government land. This is on private land. I just ask you to resist this amendment because it's totally unnecessary. As I've said, we've taken 95% of these areas of this land off of the table, and we're not forcing it in any specific area, nor should we. Dave, we'll go next.
Madam Speaker, I'll move the amendment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Gentlemen, hold on a second. Gentleman from Harf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just I want to rise very briefly to support the gentleman's amendment. So most of us, if not all of us, have been in a farm at some point. But if you've not been in a farm at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., you've not really been on a farm. I have a lot of farms in my community, and I do a farm tour every year, and I go through and visit a bunch of the farms in my community. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., I'm milking cows with them. I'm going through all the rigmarole with them, and it's a hard life. It's a brutal lifestyle. And it's not a job, it is a lifestyle. From way before, the sun comes up to way after the sun goes down. It is a way of life, and it's a family endeavor. And unfortunately, there's some family members that are moving on to other things, right? And it's getting harder and harder. And we've also regulated this industry with state and federal regulations that's made it much more difficult and much less profitable to continue to sustain this lifestyle. And farmers, again, they are the folks that are sustaining all of us. right? We need more than energy, we need food, right? And that's what they do for us. And they're also great purveyors of the land. No one does more to protect our lands and our green spaces than these farmers. There's an example in Harford County. It's this huge farm, formerly a farm, right dead center at the crux of Harford County, that now is fields of brown grass and solar farms. Why is that? Not because the farmer doesn't want to farm, not the farmer doesn't want to provide food. And listen, I'm all about property rights, but we're not giving them a false choice, we're giving them no choice, right? If I'm a farmer and I'm barely making it and having to work from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week, 365. They don't get Christmas off. They don't get holidays. They don't get weekends. They don't get half days. They don't get government holidays. Every single day of the year, all day, every day. They can't get sick. They can't get injured, right? None of that matters. They have to get the work done. So I can barely make it and work all day to try to provide food for my community, or somebody comes along and offers me thousands of dollars more per acre than I could ever hope to make in this environment, in this climate, working my tail off all day. What am I going to choose? We're not giving them a false choice. We're giving them no choice. And unfortunately, and then when we combine that with the fact that we're cutting them from both ways, right, with increased taxes everywhere, that's going to hit our farmers absolutely everywhere in the budget and the BRFA, the fact that we're cutting money to land preservation, and now we're throwing this carrot out to them on top of that, we've hit them from every different direction. They have no choice. Any farmer who can probably will, because they also need to survive too. And unfortunately, all of our communities that depend on our farmers for their food are going to suffer. So with that, I support the gentleman's amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam
Gentleman from
Speaker.
Montgomery.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to speak on this issue because I think it's very important. There was a lot of talk about we make deals down here and we cut a half a loaf. We're not talking about a half a loaf. We're talking about 95%. If you have an agriculturally preserved area in your county, the local people in your county, your county worked very, very hard to put that agricultural land into preservation. And every year that goes by, they're fighting within their own county, they're fighting what they think the state may do, and they have no assurances as what's going to happen. For the very, very first time, we as a state that preempts county law, we preempt county law, we as the very first time, we are saying, we hear you, and we are going to help you because we are going to codify in state law. We are going to put in state law that 95% of what you want preserved, we as a state are going to partner with you. We are going to put it in state law, and we are going to preserve it with you. So you don't have to worry about this going forward. Why? You don't have to stay up at night worrying about, if you're a preservation area, you don't have to worry about what the state's going to do, because we are putting it in state law that 95% of what you want, you're going to get. So you can put your head down on your pillow and you can go to sleep knowing that it's not 10% or 15% or what it is now, which is 100%. There are no protections whatsoever for agriculturally preserved land from the state level. You all know we are state legislators. The state preempts the local law. That's the end of it. So I do want to make sure that when we talk about this, we need to turn this conversation the other way around. It's not about 5%. It's not about a half a loaf. With all due respect to the good delegate, it's not about a half a loaf. It's not a half a loaf. It's a 95% of a loaf. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Who got up first? Bob? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the gentleman from the Eastern Shore. I hear what the gentleman just said from Montgomery County. I appreciate that as well. I represent a district right now that has 3 solar projects proposed, large-scale solar projects proposed. I also have proposed inside of my district a big power line project related to the Brandon Shores power plant. I have also in the northern part of Baltimore County, we have the Piedmont project going on. So I hear what the chair is saying about we're not requiring things to be in certain areas, and I respect that. But in practice, sometimes in certain counties, at least like my county in Baltimore County, because of where the land is, because of where the land is available, it becomes placed in a certain area. Maybe on the Eastern Shore, maybe it's more spread out and diffuse because there's more agricultural land in certain areas. But we're going to load up my district with a lot of these kinds of things. And when you put the solar panels in, that means you need more grid infrastructure. So what does that mean? That means we need more power lines in an area where we're already putting lots of high voltage power lines. So now my district has to have big high voltage power lines for the Brandon Shores power plant that is likely to close at some point. We have to have more grid infrastructure for this. Oh, and by the way, where we're placing all these power lines happens to be in an area that if you look on any National Forest Service heat map is in the absolute red for forest fires, right? So we're loading these things up into areas that in many cases can't handle them, might not be properly suited to handle them. In addition, that doesn't even get into the other potential concerns, the long-term concerns. So long-term, we all know that there's a challenge of what happens when these solar panels reach the end of their usable life, whether that's 20, 25, 30 years. Where do we put the panels? In Baltimore County, I can tell you that the landfill is almost full. I can also tell you that anyone that looks up solar panels, you can see that in some of the heat coatings and in the other materials on the panels, there's something called PFAS often used on these panels. So in my district, we're going to load up all kinds of power lines. We're going to have solar panels that potentially could have PFAS on the outside of them. And they're going to be loaded into a small area because that's what area exists inside of Baltimore County. Now in other counties, that might be different. But in my district, that's what it is. And I just don't think that's fair for certain areas. And I think that's what the gentleman is saying, for certain areas to have to bear that burden. I think it would make sense to have a bigger discussion here about making sure that we're having these placed all around. And to what the gentleman was saying, I agree. He's not saying it's tit for tat, that it's got to be 1 acre here, 1 acre there. But I don't think it's fair to have all the solar generation or most of the solar generation, say in Baltimore County, loaded into my district. That's not fair. So I think to the gentleman's point, I think that that's what he was trying to get at. I think that it makes sense to try to have some mechanism to ensure that this is spread around and that it's not all placed into one area. And so with that, I support the gentleman's amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise to support the amendment as someone who co-represents Cecil County. This is of the utmost importance. Look, there's a reason that it's a fisher and a farmerman on our state seal, not a solar panel installer. The reason for that is because of our proximity to the equator. The fact that we have a long growing season, the fact that we have fertile land to be able to grow this. This is the best place in the world to grow crops. Our founding fathers knew that. That's why they stuck them on the seal. And when we're talking about 5%, that's a big number. The average useful life for farmland, 400 years and counting. The average life for a solar panel farm is around 20. This is what we need to consider when we're making this policy, and this argument about, well, this is natural market forces and you should be able to sell your land for what you think is best or do what's on your land for what's most profitable. I'll give you a little story about Cecil County. You know the #1 Superfund site location in Maryland? Cecil County. You know why? Because it was rural and no one lived there, and it wasn't illegal at the time to dump nuclear or toxic waste in Cecil County, right? So this argument of, well, it's, we should give them the chance to make the most money possible, it's false because it's being subsidized by taxpayers. It's artificially conflating and inflating the prices for sales of that property. I think this is a common sense amendment. I think it preserves farming, our way of life. The #1 employer in Cecil County is agribusiness. So I think it's a common sense amendment, and I'd ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
Whip.
move the previous question.
Question for the House is the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Previous question has been adopted. Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker.
You want to explain your vote?
I do, thank you. Actually, what I'm going to want to actually do is read my amendment. Is everyone paying attention? I want to read my amendment. It's not prescriptive at all. It says, notwithstanding any other law, the Commission shall attempt to ensure the equitable distribution among all counties in the state of the construction of new solar energy generating stations when considering. Thank you, Madam.
A good thing for you to do is actually vote. Clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
I have three more amendments. The debate should be less. I can't promise anything, but I hope.
Heard it before.
All right. So earlier we heard about, or we realized that the agricultural preserved land, the Maryland, the Mouth, and also rural legacy. So these are places where you can't put solar panels, but that acreage is still in the total that's being calculated for each county. And so the county has to build up these acreages of solar before they can decide where the next solar panel is going to go. And it's not fair to these counties that the places where you can't put solar is calculated in that. So what this amendment does is it just takes the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Program and Rural Legacy out of that calculation. So I move the amendment.
You had an amendment? We don't have it up here.
I'm acting like this is my first day on the job, Madam Speaker. I do apologize.
You have an amendment number?
I do. Just one second, Madam Speaker. I apologize. Amendment 693126.
Amendment number 1.
I move the amendment for the reasons I just talked about. Thank you.
There's just something else you were supposed to say. So much remember that part? Okay, just get it right.
I think I might move so much consider reading the amendment.
So ordered.
Move the amendment for the reasons I just talked about. Thank you.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I ask you guys to again resist this amendment. I know he worked very hard for it, but again, I would ask the body to resist. At the end of the day, I just can't seem to emphasize enough that right now we can build on 100% of that land. 100% right now. We can put solar on any parts of it. What this does is it protects 95%. And when I say protect, I don't personally agree that that's the word. We're telling 95% of those landowners that they don't get to do what they want with their land. I don't think that's protect. But this is what we're saying, because we keep hearing the words place like somehow these solar panels just fell from the sky and we directed them over there. These farmers made a choice. I don't think it's a problem to allow an individual to make a choice. We should not be, as a state, at least in this manner, involved in their personal choice about their financial situation and allow local government to make that decision for them. But we're doing it. This is against everything I believe in, because I grew up in the Midwest and I believe that land ownership is probably the most important thing you could have, and the decision to do what you want with it. But we're saying to 95% of those landowners, hey, good luck with that. All this brutal work you were talking about, you keep doing it. Because we preserve that land for ag. You have no choice. You got to get up at 5. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter if your kids are around. The financial difficulties, yeah, you keep eating those because we told you so. And we're telling 95%, and this is patently offensive to me, and this is what I get for negotiating. Because if I had it my way, no. Man, if you want to sell your land because you're tired of being a farmer, then you do what you please, because I believe in land rights. And this bill supports land rights. We are giving 95% protection. And we're allowing, I guess it's mighty kind of us, 5% of those landowners to make a choice on whether they want to continue to farm or put solar on their property. And I want to be very clear, because just to check in on this, We have an entire decommissioning process. And in fact, there's a decommissioning bond that's put for every county, and to be clear, revisited in 5 years and make sure it's still financially viable. Because we're not going to throw these in the trash. There's a whole process that is being set up and funding required by the utility, the solar providers. So I don't want there to be anybody being misled on the way this is going. At the end of the day, please resist this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Maker of the amendment.
First of all, what's misleading is saying that it's 5% of the farmers. This is actually 5% of the preservation protection area that's being used up. It has nothing to do with the number of farmers. And I moved the amendment because this amendment has actually nothing to do with what the Florida leader was just talking about. All this does is it takes out MALF and rural legacy out of the calculation. So for those reasons, I moved the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Looking at
Speaker. I stand to support my colleague on his amendment. I tried to get up on the previous amendment, but they called the question a little too soon. But, you know, in the state of Maryland, ladies and gentlemen, you take a look at the state seal. It's a farmer and a fisherman on there. It's not electric boats running through the state seal. And for some of us, you know, the heritage and the legacy of Maryland is really important. And let me remind you that agriculture is the #1 industry in the state of Maryland. And when we don't actually have enough grain right now for the demand on the Eastern Shore and their broiler operations, so we have to import it from Brazil if you're getting organics. And think about what that environment challenge is when you're shipping them in from Brazil and other parts of the world to meet that requirement. But let me read you something that the USDA Economic Research Service stated in a 2018 report. The economic contributions to agriculture in the U.S. economy, that for every acre of farmland taken out of agricultural production has as much as a 7-fold impact on the local economy. And that's a real important statement. A 7-fold impact on the local economy. And the study elaborates that includes suppliers, agriculture processors, and even businesses that provide financial services to farmers. So it's not all about the farmer getting 6,000 acre or 400 an acre. It's a whole lot of other people involved in this equation. And that's why us on the shore, it's the most pristine part of this state when you cross that Bay Bridge. You got to admit, that's the most beautiful part of the state. And we've preserved it for a reason. And so for that, Madam Speaker, I support my colleague's amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to expand on that a little bit and back up the amendment. You know, we are here setting policy, and this is an incredibly important issue. I believe in diversified energy production means. But where is the best place in Maryland to put solar? It is anywhere that there is currently impervious surface. Where is the most impervious surface? It is in our city centers. Our city centers not only have tremendous amounts of impervious surface, they're also close to high distribution centers because it's high intensity folks that live there. So if we're going to sit here and say, you know, how do we get out of this mess? How do we generate more electricity? How do we generate more solar? We should be putting the incentives in our city centers, retrofitting warehouses, tops of buildings, over top roads and highways, because that is the best place to put solar panels. But what this bill seeks to do, and what this amendment tries to assuage, is to say, that's actually the worst place to put these solar panels. And if we're going to be doing incentives, which we are, we just had the floor leader say $6,000 versus $400. The reason that huge cost increase is because it's incentivized. Let's move that to a place that is a better location to generate solar electricity. It's why I'm supporting the amendment and asking you to put up a green vote. Preserve our farmland. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in support, my good colleague from the Eastern Shore as well, on this amendment. And so could the floor leader rise for a question?
Committee Chair.
Yes.
Committee Chair, thank you. So did the committee, as they're looking at all of these, because we just heard from several of my colleagues that by taking 5% of green space or our farmland in each county or each jurisdiction, that's going to decrease our economy, what's coming in from our food, and plus, hurts our food desert areas and things like that by taking this green space. So did the committee look at how many kilowatts it takes and how much land it takes up to actually support, say, a home, average size of a home, 1,800 square feet, so which isn't a big house.
I guess I'm trying to, we've done plenty of studies on that. Are you asking for a specific number for a reason?
Yeah, so I did a little bit of research, and it literally takes 1 acre for 100 kilowatts. So for that small of a house, that's only a 1 day. 100 acres, it takes like 3,000 kilowatts per home at 1,800 square feet. If you take, 5% of each county, so just take 5% of one county, what's that, 200,000?
Okay.
Kilowatts, and you divide that only, in each location, that will probably only support like 50 to 75 houses. It depends where you're at. Okay. Houses are now like 3,500 square feet, and they have more people. The more people you have in the home, the more electric it's going to take. So we're taking up precious land for such, in my view, for such a small amount of electricity that we're putting on the grid. I don't think it weighs out.
Clearly, it's an opinion that you're giving, and I disagree, because obviously that's why we're here to discuss this bill. At the end of the day, because as I said, we keep using the words placed and taken versus opportunity, because an individual doesn't want to farm anymore, because these are always going to be choices. So, and mind you, it's not just in the ag reserve. You understand that, right? For everybody here, I want to make sure it's not just the ag reserve that they're going to put solar. And we've stopped them from using 95% of that. So, not really sure the argument here.
Yeah, well, I think that the argument is you're taking up precious green space, okay, taking away possible food sources, okay, which we currently need. Ag is the number one, as you heard, economic producer of Maryland. So we're decreasing our economy, which we don't want to do right now. And then for the small amount that solar does. So the ultimate thing is, did your committee look at every source of generating electricity and said, oh my God, solar does so well? No.
The good thing is we have 3 bills, not 1.
Okay.
Because we very much did. And if you wait till the next bill, you'll find out just how much work we did looking at other sources. Because solar's not a silver bullet. It is part of the overall equation, which is why you'll hear soon about the other things we're doing.
Okay. So in your research for this bill, though, how many houses can 5% in each county provide?
I literally have no idea.
Thank you very much.
Make sure you understand that's not the only way we're going to generate energy.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I stand in support of this amendment. As somebody who represents a county where agriculture is our #1 industry, and 50% of my county, Carroll County, our land mass is used for agricultural purposes. Currently in Carroll County, at this point I'm starting to lose track, but we're up to 7, I think possibly 8 applications have been submitted at this point over to the Public Service Commission, where they're seeking a certificate of public convenience and necessity so they can build solar farms on their agricultural land. And while I completely understand, I understand probably just about as best as anybody, especially with the power line coming through Carroll County, that we're facing energy crisis and we need some more energy sources. But I don't think this is the best way to get there. If we want to use commercial or industrial land for solar panels, go for it, go at it. But I believe, and the good delegate from Harford County was just touching on this, we've heard over and over again about the need from our governor about food insecurity, about trying to about being committed to ending child poverty. And this can only be done by utilizing our agriculture to help fight food insecurity across the state. our governor's own Secretary of Agriculture. He said back in 2023, and I quote, "When I look at agriculture and the governor's priorities, which are food system resiliency, feeding people, improving the livelihoods of Marylanders, improving the economic base in Maryland, agriculture starts as the #1 commercial industry in the state." And I think when he speaks of those priorities, that does not include using land zone for agricultural purposes to host solar panels. So with that, I ask for a green vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill
Madam
to its
Speaker.
title? Yes, go ahead.
I do have another amendment at the desk, and I will read it right away.
Of course.
823.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much consider reading the amendment.
So ordered.
All right, this amendment has to do with eminent domain. As I said, we should never be covering our farm fields with solar panels. We should never be in the need to use eminent domain to site solar. We should never use eminent domain to site solar. There's so many places we can put solar panels. Rooftops, roads, on parking lots, you name it. We can put solar panels almost anywhere. We can put them in farm fields. Don't like it? That's an option. Under no circumstances should we use eminent domain. And what this amendment does is it just states that we can't do it. We can't take somebody else's property in order to site solar. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Committee Chair.
Question for the amendment drafter, please. Can you name me, I'll take any state where eminent domain has ever been used for solar.
I don't care about the other states. I just care about Maryland. I don't want anybody to come to any of our landowners in Maryland and take their property. And the only way we can guarantee that that won't happen is if we move this amendment.
So that's a no.
I have no idea. My answer was that I don't know. It's not a no. I don't know. You know the answer, so you can say it.
I'm asking, or can you name any place in Maryland where we've used eminent domain to for solar?
I have no idea, but what I want to make sure is that we never use eminent domain for siting a solar. And the only way we can do that is if we move this amendment.
So the answer is no.
The answer is I don't know.
Okay. Well, since you don't know, the answer is no. Okay. And on a national level, since you don't know, the answer is also no. And the reason that we will maintain as a state our power of eminent domain, because if there's a national emergency, if there are major impacts on the grid, and we need to move swiftly, we will, because that is our job, and that's what we'll do here. Because there's no examples. Again, this is some chupacabra that it's not going to happen. But, as I've said, we don't give our right up of eminent domain because in a national emergency or a grid failure, we might have to make choices quickly. So we must always preserve that, and we do for a multitude of things. So I would ask everybody in the body to please not weaken our state and resist this amendment.
Madam Speaker. Folks, now can I respond to that, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Did you all just hear what he said? If we have a national emergency, he wants the opportunity to go take somebody's property and put solar panels on it. That will literally take years. If there's a national emergency, I hope we're not going through this whole process of like going out onto the market and figure out what fair market value is of somebody's property and then figuring out if we can align ourselves with a solar company to come out and put solar panels there. I don't think that in reality that's going to fly very well. And so, Madam Speaker, that's ridiculous. Let's put people's minds at ease. That is a legitimate concern on the Eastern Shore that the state of Maryland, when we can't hit our REC goals, and that potentially could happen, I wouldn't put it past this legislature to use any and everything in their toolbox to hit those REC goals up to and including eminent domain. So put your money where your mouth is and vote for this amendment.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to share with the body that eminent domain has in fact been used in some states to put in place solar panels, and I'm going to share with you some of those so that you all can understand that this is actually happening. The city of Detroit had a project. They had 900 parcels of land. 89 of those they acquired through lawsuits and eminent domain. Victoryville, California, they also had a similar situation, and they also had to use eminent domain to take people's land for solar projects.
And to be clear, that's on condemned land. That was condemned land. So again, we have not, nor will we intend to give up our right as a state to utilize eminent domain if it's a, so I guess if it was a gas plant, we could do it though? You wouldn't mind that? There's a maker amendment. Would it be okay if we if we used eminent domain for a gas plant?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, we're talking about solar siting.
I agree, but we're talking about energy, energy generation.
Yeah, I mean, for nuclear, I mean, yeah, because we're talking about a 10, 15 acre site. We're not talking about, you know, thousands of acres that we may potentially need.
So that would be okay. Eminent domain for that would be okay, but not for solar. I ask you guys, please resist this amendment. Thank you.
Recognize the minority leader.
No, it wouldn't be okay. It wouldn't be okay to use eminent domain to build a nuclear power plant or to build solar panels or to build a transmission line. Eminent domain is okay. It has historically been used to build things like roads that is the sole and exclusive providence of government. Government doesn't own an energy company. We don't own energy producers. We're not. This is not the board of directors of BG&E. This is the Maryland General Assembly. Eminent domain is okay to use when you're doing things solely, when you're doing things legally, historically, that can only be done by government. Private companies don't go out and build your roads. You use eminent domain, we have to build a road. Private companies cannot go out. There's a case, the Kelo case from the Supreme Court, that talks about when and how you can use them. I wouldn't support eminent domain to build any type of power plant or transmission facility because it is a private economic activity. Why? I just looked it up in 30 seconds. Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas, a wide variety of states have all taken this position. Can't use eminent domain to benefit a private company to make money in the energy system. It's a free damn market. It's regulated. We overregulate it. That's the whole purpose of this. We don't want what the free market offers. We don't want what West Virginia has, what Virginia has, what Pennsylvania has, what North Carolina has, what Ohio has. We don't want what they have. We are the People's Republic of Maryland, and we want to do it our own way, where we tell the free market exactly what to do because we believe that somehow the great green god of climate change will be appeased if we do what he begs of us. And that is foolish. This is a simple, easy thing. Don't allow people's property to be taken by government against their will. My friend from Charles County said, I believe in choice. I had a hard time with some of those amendments because I believe in choice too. If I represent a landowner and I can make a lot more money by putting solar panels on, I think to myself, that's not a bad deal for me. I have a hard time telling them they can't do that. But eminent domain is the antithesis of choice. It is the government forcing you to do something that you don't want to do. Otherwise, you just sell your property. It's a simple amendment. It would engender a tremendous amount of goodwill for people across the state faced with these consequences. Just take the amendment. Eminent domain is not for solar panels, period.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call. Clerk, call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Those of you in the, come on out. Clerk will take the call. There being 95 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title?
One more, Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
I have an amendment at the desk. 213622.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much consider reading the amendment.
So ordered.
All right, there's been a lot of debate already, and I'm just going to repeat what is most important to my constituents, to the folks who live on the Eastern Shore, and for the very reasons why I'm standing up here, and that's to protect an industry that will be threatened by this. Make no mistake about it. You know, we were told that the cap's 5%. And I sincerely thank the committee, I sincerely thank the body because I think that you all are trying to help. I think that you all mean to help. I say that and sincerely. But the percentages don't matter. It's the acreage that matters. Baltimore County, 7,000, this is with the 5% that we're supposed to be happy about. Baltimore County, the total amount in the priority preservation area is 141,000 acres. 5% of that is 7,069. My home county, Caroline, 8,800 acres. Cecil County, 6,200. Charles, 6,600. Kent, 5,700. Queen Anne's, 5,900 acres. St. Mary's, 4,500 acres. Talbot County, 4,150 acres. Wycomico, get this, Wycomico County, 9,250 acres. Worcester County has the most, 9,757 acres if this bill moves. That's 5% of the priority preservation area, and we're supposed to be thankful for that. The acreage is what matters. When I was, years ago, when the counties had to establish the priority preservation area, you know, it was done because the state wanted them to do it, you know, and the biggest land taking, you know, we're talking about property rights, the biggest land taking in state history was Planned Maryland. It was during the tier maps. Do you guys remember that? Any of you remember that? The counties were forced to go to back to their comprehensive plans and do a major comprehensive rezoning so that they were protecting land. And our counties had to do it. And our counties were willing to do it, most of us in the rural areas, because we wanted to protect land. We wanted to protect farms because that industry was so important to us. Fast forward to now, it came to bite us, and you know what? I think if they had to go back in history, they probably would not have put that many acreage in the priority preservation area, because what that did is it took local control from them. If I was a county commissioner at the time in Caroline County, when they passed 176,760 acres into the priority preservation area, I wouldn't have done it, knowing that we're moving this bill today. Never would have done it. The reason why I say that, thank goodness, one of our members from Montgomery County did visit Caroline County and took a tour. I'm very thankful for that. He saw firsthand what 900 acres of solar is under construction. It's not contiguous, that 900 acres. It's spread out all over the place. It looks hideous. It looks horrible. And you look at it, you're like, this is not an agricultural community anymore. That's only 900 acres. Caroline County passed local law that established that cap at 2,000 acres because they saw this coming. They saw this coming. Well, we only have 9,000 acres or 900 acres under construction. But we have another 1,100 that's in the pipeline to make it 2,000. I can't imagine what 2,000 acres is going to look like. Heaven forbid 8,800 acres. So please don't stand up here and say that you guys are doing us a favor. I appreciate what you've done. I think the intent is there. But in practice, it's not helping us. That half a loaf of bread is poison for the Eastern Shore. It's poison. It's going to destroy our industry. The percentage doesn't matter. The acreage is what matters. And so what this amendment does is it creates two caps. It keeps the 5% in there of the priority preservation area, but it creates a cap of 3,000 acres. So whichever comes first, either 3,000, which is a ton of acreage, by the way. It's a ton of acreage. Whatever comes first, the 3,000 acres of 5%, then the local government, their local authority kicks back in. That's all this amendment does. So, Madam Speaker, for those reasons, I move this amendment.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I ask you to resist this amendment. Again, I'm always a little befuddled when we have these discussions, but my colleague argued about how if they had to do it all over again, they would not put so much priority land in their priority preservation area. So my question to you then, well, then 100% of that land could be developed for solar. That's an insipid approach to this, to somehow say that if we didn't have it in a priority preservation, then somehow it's protected from solar. It's not. Again, we're not saying that the only place that we're going to be building solar is this 5% of the priority preserved area. So to be clear, if it's land that's not in this preserved area, 100% of that can be developed. And I say that because it's very important to understand that I'm going to go back to, I don't want to say the 13th Amendment, but I feel like I should, because I'm not going to force a farmer to continue to farm when he has a better opportunity. And the reason before, when I think you thought I'd gotten off track on one of your other amendments, is because I begrudgingly accepted the 5%. Because to me, it's patently unfair what you're talking about. To tell these people that, no, you don't get that $3,000 or $6,000 per acre for something that you invested in for your family. You got to eat that $400 an acre. It's insulting to the landowner to somehow think he can't benefit from this new technology or this new opportunity. So that's why I was saying how upset I was that we're even doing this. We're telling 95% of these folks no. Now, if it's out of priority preserve, guess what? All of that can be purchased by the rights of a landowner who has the right to sell their property. That can all be purchased and used for solar. We protected 95% of this ag reserve for a reason. I didn't like it. I don't like telling people how to do their business on their land, but clearly we try to negotiate with the Farm Bureau. I would ask that, again, we reject this amendment, because I do believe, if anything, that the landowners should have some say in their future. I don't think the locals should tell them how to live.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 983526.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
This amendment takes a little different turn from what we've been talking about, but I think it's important. It's quite simple. All it is this bill is about planning and siting and permitting. Back in 2022, we passed HB 1200, which added an environmental score to every or a lot of projects that MDE was going to look over. Now, what we've been talking about is large swaths of land, obviously. It was pointed out, like Brandon Shores is in my district, that's 1,200 megawatts of energy. That's over 6,000 square acres of solar farm field. If you do quarter acre housing, that's over 25,000 houses. So we want to make sure, if we're going to push through these kind of bills, that we make sure that we do it in an environmentally safe way. We're asking other developers to do it. So we want an environmental score put on all of these projects, much like we already ask. And, wait for it. Just like the lazy dentist said, brace yourself. I want a dashboard. 9 dashboards have passed. I want the dashboard on either MEA or the PSC to show all of these projects what kind of environmental score we gave it. The environmental scores are looked over by MDE. They put an assessment on all the scores and verify, yes, this is good or this is bad. So when we're doing these types of projects, and obviously we pass these bills, I can promise you some of these projects are coming online. More than likely on the Eastern Shore. We should know, what are we trading? There's always the return on investment. Well, what are we trading? Are we hurting the environment by putting solar farms everywhere? I don't know. Maybe MDE knows. We ask it of everybody else. It's a pretty simple amendment. Madam Speaker, I push the amendment.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have good news for you, my friend. We already do it.
So the CPCN process, I urge the body to resist this amendment because it's not necessary. The CPCN process requires a community involvement section. It is 90 days that the community can participate, and part of that 90-day process includes reviewing the environmental justice screen. I'm not sure if you know what the environmental justice screen is, but I'll go ahead and share it with you. There's a map, the MDE. MDE has a map. It's based on census tracts, and it includes details of air pollutants and other environmental justice components, and one can go into that map at any time and put in an address, see the census tract, and get the environmental justice score. So not only does every project, whether it's natural gas or solar or storage or nuclear, go through that process as part of the CPCN, but anyone at any time can go into what is essentially a dashboard, put in an address, and find out what the EJ score is. So for those reasons, we don't need this amendment. I'm sure you'll be thrilled to find out that we're already ahead of the game on your good ideas. And Madam Speaker, I urge the body to resist the amendment.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to push the amendment just because I want to be reassured. I take your word for it. But I also was told that we could find something on another amendment. All it was 2 clicks, and then I found out it's almost impossible to find. I just want to make it easy for people to find so that when neighbors, I mean, obviously some of us in here know how to find these things, but the average Joe, the average farmer, the neighbors of these people, they have no idea where to find these things. This is a good transparency amendment once again. We always say things are easy to find, but they're not easy to find. I want it as easy as possible to find it so people know, hey, this big solar project's going next door. Here's the environmental impact of it. That's what we always look for in here. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to push the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There
Madam Speaker.
being 95 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, I had some questions on the bill, but because of the special order yesterday, I wasn't able to ask those. With the floor leader, yield for a question.
Committee chair?
Yes.
Yes, so yesterday when you had announced the amendments, you had made reference to a installer's license for installing the panels. Could you elaborate on that?
Basically, we wanted to make sure that individuals that are on top of your roof have a license, not just an electrician's license, but Department of Labor has developed the standard so people that are getting on probably your most expensive investment are not damaged, that they know how to do it, and we have a process to protect your home and that they're qualified to do it.
Yeah, so my question is the license that you just outlined, is that a new license? That's
It will
the
be, yes.
installers? Okay. And which is a good thing, and I just want some clarity on this. One of the ambiguities in these projects is that just regular technicians, non-licensed, non-journeyman, non-apprentice electricians are installing these panels, and it sounds like you're addressing that, the actual build-out connectivity of the panels, how they're going on the roof, et cetera. My question is, and because this has never been answered, who are we mandating who installs the ATS when it ties into the grid?
Could you, I have no idea, could you not use the acronym for me?
So when we're creating systems where there's feedback to the grid, a licensed high voltage electrician is supposed to be the one connecting the house to the actual grid via an ATS, which is an automatic transfer switch.
And you're asking me what again?
I'm asking, does the line in the sand here is between the actual generation site and where it ties into the grid. So does this new electrician license that you've created here have the ability, because currently the only person that should be doing that is a master electrician or a high voltage technician?
And it's already required by regs. So to answer your question, yes, because it will continue to be required by regulations already.
So just to be clear, this new license that you're creating for the installer,
Nope.
that installer does does
Nope,
not
won't
have
be
the
through that.
ability to tie into the grid.
Nope. That person, the one on your roof, is not going to be the one to tie it into the grid.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Okay. Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Special order calendar number 70, the clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 931, Public Utilities, Generating Stations, Generation and Siting, Renewable Energy Certainty Act. Favorable report is amended, adopted.
Is there a floor leader? Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, all my questions have been answered.
Okay. Hearing none, the bill is...
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I had a question on this bill. Again, the same thing yesterday. You had mentioned waste to energy sites and that, Mr. Floor Leader. Does this bill change the posture of tiering or anything to do with waste energy? Wrong bill.
Not this bill.
Not
Okay.
this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam. Just a quick point on this bill and the last bill and the amendment. I did look on the Justice Screening Tool website, and it says under construction, just to let you know. So, you're getting there. And
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Okay.
all these people are going to look at under control. I mean, under construction. That's great. Thank you.
Hearing no further debate, the bill is ordered printed to third reading, passed to third reading. Special order calendar number 68, clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1037, Energy Resource Adequacy and Planning Act. Favorable report is amended, adopted.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All my questions have been answered.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 983424/1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
I had a couple questions for the floor leader before talking about my amendment, which is very simple.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So I had a couple questions. One, it talks about the Strategic Energy Planning Office establishment. Is that the new right name?
Correct.
Okay. So it talks about that. Who will be paying to establish that?
It would be ratepayers, and it would be all of the ratepayers instead of just limiting to a certain category or specific people. So very similar, if you need an analogy, to how essentially OPC is funded.
Okay, so the ratepayers will be paying to set this up. And I couldn't see, is the integrated resource plan, which was very important to my area, is that still being developed? Is that still mandated in there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So for the body that might not know as much about energy, there's something called the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, which is SEEF. And I'm going to read a little bit from the website. The MEA manages SEEF and explains every year how that money is put into action. And it is to make Maryland's energy more affordable, cleaner, reliable through programs offered by the MEA and other state energy agencies. And these programs have to address consumer energy costs, global climate change concerns, job creation, energy resilience, economic development, business retention, and energy freedom, which is, I would say, is a function of what this new office is supposed to be doing, or what this consolidated office is supposed to be doing. So my amendment is simply to take the money that is already being paid, already existing funding, and we don't need to add anything else to ratepayers and put on the back of ratepayers, which is in this current bill. And so take the money from SEEF and use that to create the Strategic Energy Planning Office. So as of now in the budget, I think it's about 180 million that we're using with CEF. The CEF fund overall is at, I think about, was it around 970 million? Though at the end of the year of 2025, it should be around 774 million. So there's certainly enough money in this fund, and all the amendment does is it says that we should use the money that is already being paid into that fund. It is a purpose of the fund to use it for that and to not put anything else on the back of our ratepayers.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to urge the body to resist the amendment, and I think there's still one more bill to go, and when you look at them in totality, the overall impact is going to lessen the burden on our ratepayers, and it's going to have a significant impact on bills in the short, mid, and long term. I think it is important here to understand that this office is created to be as least partisan as possible. And under the gentlelady's amendment, it would be essentially at the whim of the governor whether or not to fund that office. And granted, the governor is of the same party as I am right now, could be of a different party. Either way, we want that office to be independent and report to us accurate data. And so it also doesn't make sense generally that the funding of an agency to its certain funding source are completely unrelated. We want those things to have some sort of a nexus on why we're doing that. And so the way we set this up is that the costs will be socialized by all of us. And in theory, it should benefit all of us because it is setting out, I guess, the data that we are going to implement policy or the PSC can rely on when they are making decisions to make our state and push our state in a better direction. So again, I urge the body to resist this amendment.
I believe that the governor appoints the person. It's not the governor's fund director. The governor appoints the director. And the fund actually comes a lot from the RGGI fund that, again, is already on the backs of our ratepayers. And I don't know about you, but I think I've received just a few emails that our ratepayers are sick and tired of everything being borne on their backs. Email after email that we have received about the costs that are going up and their energy costs are going up. This is taking an already existing fund, already existing resource by a director that's appointed and putting that funds into developing this office. So, Madam Speaker, I press the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to us? You have an additional amendment?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 613622.
Amendment number 1.
So the floor leader we just heard, we want to make this as least partisan as possible. And that was the best news I could have heard because I think I have a present for you. So the office that's created, according to the bill, shall collaborate in their goals. And correct me if I'm wrong, the goal of this is to consider other ways that we can make our electric cheaper, how we can benefit our ratepayers. So if the goal of this is to consider other types of generation, maybe through gas and things of that nature, we can move forward improving things for our customers. So the bill as written requires collaboration of the office with the Maryland Energy Administration, the Commission, the Power Plant Research Program, the Maryland Clean Energy Center, and the Department of the Environment. And if I look at those groups, I think we'd all have to agree they're environmental groups. So
I think it would be beneficial in meeting the goal of the floor leader to accept this amendment. Did I read? Yeah, I did. I think I'm having my colleagues' amnesia on presenting amendments. Did I say so much be considered the reading the amendment? Okay.
No, you didn't.
Well, that's so much considered the reading of the amendment. So the amendment is going to hopefully meet the objectives of this body and make it a balanced group of people that shall collaborate with the office in improving the policies for energy for our ratepayers in the state of Maryland. So with that, I ask to move the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Floor leader.
I urge the body to resist the amendment. First, it is convenient that we stopped at the period, because if you read on page 18, section 1202E, the next line, it says, the office shall coordinate with the commission to establish procedures and rules to obtain information from the electric companies and gas companies necessary to accomplish the office's duty under this subtitle. So it is already in the bill. However, what the gentleman's amendment does is essentially the same rigmarole that we go through at PJM. What we're doing here in these three bills is empowering people. Every one of us is hearing from our utility ratepayers about how bad their rates are. And what happens in many cases is that the rules we set here in this chamber then go up to the regional grid, which is PJM, where the utilities have all the power and all the voting power. And so what your amendment would do is make them run the show. We want them to be stakeholders and partners, but we're not going to circumvent our power, and we want an independent office that reports to us independent data that isn't skewed in their favor or their benefit, so then we have to spend hours upon hours trying to figure out what they're actually trying to do to benefit our ratepayers. Please I urge you to reject the amendment.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the difference in the language, and if we want truly a level playing field, the difference in the language is shall. Why is it shall for a bunch of environmentalists if we want something that's going to bring in fossil fuels and nuclear energy, which we all know these groups don't like? So we're going to stand here and get excited and say that it's already in there. It's not, because the language is different. If it was already in there, there would be a same subset. It wouldn't end at number 5. It would go on to number 6, number 7, number 8, and create a level playing field and give Maryland ratepayers a real outcome, a real chance. It won't be smoke and mirrors. It'll be a real chance for our Maryland ratepayers. So I urge you to vote green on this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
The gentleman is mightily confused. In 1202E, the office shall. It's the third word, shall. It's not different. It's obviously not in the same section, but it's just one section below. So it is shall in D and shall in E. The office shall.
Well, if you'd like to help me sleep better tonight and take away my confusion, how about if we just merge them together like this amendment asks? Again, I ask for a favorable vote.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 99 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. You have another one?
I do, Madam Speaker. Amendment at the desk, 203726.
Amendment number 1.
Let's try to get this right this time. So much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this amendment, and I'm sure I'm going to be confused once again, but this is a simple amendment, and all this is going to do, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, this bill is to help our ratepayers. It's to make utility rates in Maryland better. And unfortunately, a few years ago, the People's Council has been doing great work for over 100 years making sure there's three things that I think all of us would agree that we want for our utilities. For them to be reliable, safe, and affordable. A few years ago, People's Council, through legislation here in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, we added a few extra words. And that's where I think we may have started going the wrong way with our utility rates and meeting our energy goals. So what this bill does is strikes verbiage and keeps consistent the goal of the People's Council. So it would keep their mission as reliable, safe, and reasonably priced or affordable. It would take away supportive of the state's energy and climate goals. Adding that language is totally contrary to the core mission. We all know green energy isn't affordable, it's expensive, and we all know that green energy isn't reliable. If the wind doesn't blow, the turbines don't turn. If the sun doesn't shine, the solar panels aren't working. So this is truly in line with this bill. This is in regards to the topic of this bill, which is affordability for our ratepayers. This language, if you accept this amendment, will help make energy in Maryland more affordable. I urge a green vote.
Vice Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the maker of the amendment getting it with us before the floor. We are going to urge the body to resist the amendment. First, the bill really doesn't have anything to do with OPC. This has to do with setting up a new office to provide us data. Second, the PSC, and I'm looking through the recent proceedings and some of their recent posts, it has all been focused around protecting ratepayers. So just because we added this environmental language back in, I believe it was 2020 or 2021, to consider a broader scope for them, does not mean they have given up the original three tenets that they were set out and chartered to do. And they are still doing that on behalf of us, and still extraordinarily effective on behalf of us in doing so. And so for those reasons, we do not believe this amendment is necessary, and we urge the body to resist.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I said in the beginning, correct me if I'm wrong, this bill is about making energy affordable. So to hear the floor leader say that it's not relevant to the bill, that's why I said correct me if I'm wrong, and I wasn't corrected. So the bill's purpose is to make energy more affordable, and the language that was put in that bill in 2021 is in contrary to the mission of affordable. So it is relative, and I do urge a green vote on this. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title?
Madam
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
I've got an amendment at the desk, amendment number 713028.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
This amendment essentially just repeals all of SB 1 from last year. And I'm going to tell you why. We've spent a lot of time on this floor today talking about choice. And what we did with SB 1 was eliminate choice. Every retailer in this state, every retail energy company has now left. People hate BG&E, I understand, but guess what? If you're in the BG&E zone, that's your only choice now. You can't go out. There are some people that were willing to pay a little bit extra money because they wanted green energy. What did we do? We ran them out of the state of Maryland. We lost access to affordable plans. Maybe you guys don't read your emails. I get a ton of these emails. I no longer have a choice. SB 1 has ran everybody out of here. Here's my BG&E letter. February of this year, BG&E has received notification that Spark Energy LLC will no longer provide electric generation service to you on or about February 26, 2025, we have had 500,000 people, based on what I read, that are shopping for other electric options, and we shut that off with SB1. We eliminated all choice. The reason we're in a power problem in this state is we continue to systematically and methodically destroy the suppliers, all while increasing demand. And once again, with SB1, we pushed out even the retail suppliers. You cannot just suspend all laws of economics, decrease supply, increase demand, and not expect the disaster we're in this state right now. All I'm asking is more competition. Let the retail energy companies come back in. I know there was a couple that were bad. I trust the ratepayers in this state to make their own decision. I got email after email. This is what they like to do. I liked the contract because I knew what my rate was going to be. You don't get that with BG&E. You don't get that with any other utility. You could get into a contract and say, I want to pay X amount per megawatt or per watt. We destroyed it. We ran it out. I remember because I stood right here on this floor and said, we are going to destroy choice. And guess what we have left in the state now? Zero. Zero. We created a monopoly. Monopolies are bad. All I'm asking is we take and repeal SB1, bring in more choice, let our ratepayers decide who they want to use to supply their energy, whether it's a green energy company or the cheapest company or whoever offers the best contract. Maybe this bill last year had great intentions, but just like everything else down here, intentions don't always pay off. And we have 500,000 Marylanders. We only have 2.4 million households. So a quarter of the Marylanders are upset because we ran out their choice. All this does is give them their choice back. With that, Madam Speaker, I push the amendment.
Vice Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We eliminated exploitation, is what we eliminated. And for those of us that are here and our constituents are asking us, what are we doing for kitchen table issues and people's purses and pocketbooks and wallets? SB1 last year, in my opinion, was one of 3 pieces of legislation that directly benefited each and every Marylander out there. I will give the Vice Chair of HDO credit for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I will give my chair and the Speaker credit on these packages of bills here that are going to lower energy rates. And SB1, again, the Economic Matters Committee, in conjunction with the Speaker's leadership, directly lowered people's bills. It did not take away choice. That is a misnomer. First, merchant generators in deregulated states like us, they can still bid into the PJM wholesale market. They can also bid into the PSC regulated capacity auction. And they are regulated markets. But there is competition within those markets. We closed a loophole that allowed for exploitation of customers. People who would pay 3, 4, sometimes 8x the price of SOS, which is the same exact product. And these third-party energy suppliers were coming in here and fleecing our citizens. And that bill saved ratepayers upwards of $500 million. And we should be proud of it. And we should not repeal it. So I urge the body to resist this amendment.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge the body to call anybody in your district, Tell them if they're happy with their utility bill. Ask them if they feel like they've been freed from exploitation and gouging because we ran out choice. Not a single person in the state of Maryland is going to tell you they're happy with their utility bill right now. Not a single person in the state of Maryland is going to tell you, I want less choice. Not a single person in the state of Maryland is going to look at their electric bill and say, thank God for SB1. Not a single person. We ran out choice. There was over 3,000 people that offered testimony against SB1, but we put it in. Now we have 500,000 people in this state upset because they don't have a choice, and then the rest of them just mad because their rates have gone through the roof. This is easy. This is an easy one. This is choice. Choice is always better. If you want a market to get better, increase supply. Don't decrease it. With that, I push the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Amendment failed. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 96 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Another one?
That's openly being debated back here. Amendment number 443822.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker, I just brought up Brandon Shores and colleagues. The reason that I brought it up is it became a pretty serious problem here in the state, especially in my region, Baltimore City. Brandon Shores is there really to give power to Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, some other areas in the close vicinity. And what happened was, this is about planning. And I understand that we should be planning. We can't have an IRP really here in the state of Maryland because we're deregulated. But that's wonky stuff. But what happened was, Talon, who owns Brandon Shores, entered into an agreement with the Sierra Club that they would shut down Brandon Shores, but yet they didn't tell anybody. They didn't tell PJM. They didn't tell the PSC until the last minute. And then everybody had to scramble, because when we're talking about energy, you have to plan it well out into the future. And it put us all in a bind, and we're still scrambling. We're scrambling to the point now that we're all going to pay for them to be under an RMR that's going to pay them every day, whereas before they weren't getting paid that way. They're a capacity generator. This is another transparency move. If a generator wants to enter into a contract or an agreement that is going to have a major effect on our ratepayers, and I know we're deregulated, we still have a right to know because we have to plan for it. All this says is if they enter into an agreement, any one of our generators in the state of Maryland, with an outside entity that is going to affect our ratepayers specifically negatively, that they have to tell the PSC, they have to tell PJM, and they have to tell the OPC. That's all it does. It's pretty simple. With that, I move the amendment.
Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I appreciate the thought behind this amendment. And the reason that I appreciate the thought behind the amendment is that actually the games that Talon played that led to the RMR are despicable. The fact that all of us knew that that plant was going to close down for economic reasons long before there was an agreement with Sierra Club, and we attempted in this body to pass a variety of pieces of legislation to prepare the state for that shutdown, and Talon continued to refuse to engage with us is despicable. The fact that PJM has a rule in place that retiring plants don't need to tell them until 3 months before they're closing, thus throwing everything into chaos, is despicable. And all of those things, Talon's behavior and PJM's rules, have led to an RMR and an emergency transmission, despite the fact that we had proposals last year in this body that the House passed that would have allowed for other options other than paying the RMR to keep an uneconomical coal plant online. So I share a lot of your concerns with you. The reason that I am asking the body to resist the amendment is that unfortunately, there's jurisdictional issues that are involved in who controls who Talon has to report their closure to and their planned timing of their closure. And unfortunately right now, they don't need to tell us that the jurisdictional issues require that they, because it's tied to PJM, they are under PJM rules where, by the way, they get a chance to be part of making those rules. And as it happens, they're part of making rules that line their pockets. I wish that we had control over this. We have worked very hard in this body. I've worked very hard with colleagues across the region to get a handle on these problematic RMR agreements and emergency transmission situations. But the jurisdictional issues keep us from doing that. The Sierra Club agreement with them was not private. The thing that was private and the thing that they sprung on us at the last minute was their actual closure date, and that was because of PJM rules. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Colleagues, you might want to get your phones ready. I agree. Talon leveraged us because of our policies. They're hedge fund managers. I know that. You know that. They made money. They used our policies. They used the Sierra Club, and they screwed the ratepayers. All I'm trying to do is protect the ratepayers. They don't care about us. Talon's down in Texas, I believe. And they said, you know what? We're going to use the Maryland legislative body to screw over the ratepayers. They put this bill in. We're going to enter into an agreement with the Sierra Club, and we're going to force an RMR because Brandon Shores is that important. I think at this point, everybody in this body knows that. Brandon Shores is vital. Shouldn't be under an RMR because an RMR means we're paying them every single day, and they're going to make a lot of money, hand over fist. Because we are methodically and systematically, once again, driving out generators. When you drive out generators, you give them all the leverage. That's what Brandon Shores was to Talon. It was leverage to get paid, and they got paid. All I'm asking is, if somebody's going to screw us, please tell us beforehand with a letter. With that, I push the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Special order calendar number 69. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 909, Energy Resource Adequacy and Planning Act. Favorable report is amended and adopted.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All my questions have been answered.
Okay. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Special order calendar number 66. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1035, Electricity and Gas, Emissions Reduction, Rate Regulation, Cost Recovery, Infrastructure, Planning, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard, and Energy Assistance Program, Next Generation Energy Act. Amendment. Favorable report is amended and adopted.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All my questions have been answered.
Okay. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk, 493727/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That bill title is a mouthful, And it's because it does a tremendous amount of things. Emissions reductions, rate regulations, cost recoveries, infrastructure planning, the Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard, and energy assistance programs. We're going to talk about the bill here for a little bit. This is the final of the 3-bill energy package for those of you keeping score at home. One of the announced intentions of this bill and of the package overall is to open up our energy markets and open up our state to the production of additional energy generation, because as my friend, the chairman of the committee, called it earlier, we live in an energy desert. We don't live in an energy desert because, as the gentleman from Cecil County said, we're close to the equator. I'm not sure how close we are to the equator, but no one seemed to challenge him on his geography. I don't know, where I live in Western Maryland, it sure gets cold in the wintertime. Doesn't feel like we're that close to the equator, but maybe I missed something. We're not an energy desert because we have some geographic reason. We're an energy desert because of the policies enacted by the members of the Maryland General Assembly. Point blank, everybody knows it, might as well be honest about it. We have less energy and have to import more energy than Pennsylvania, than Virginia, than West Virginia, than Ohio, than North Carolina, because we don't want energy here, because we do pray to that great green God and his minions that run about on Lawyers Mall and throughout our political system and say, you must do these things. You must, you must, you must. Green is the way. And because we believe that here more in this chamber than they do in Richmond and Harrisonburg and Charleston and Columbus and Raleigh, and pretty much every other darn place in the mid-Atlantic region in which we live and exist, because we believe it here more, that's why we're an energy desert. When's the last time a major power plant was constructed in the state of Maryland? It's been a long time. Long, long time. When's the last time that the major energy generating companies say, I want to come to Maryland, I want to invest, I want to provide affordable, reliable energy for your customers, for your businesses? They don't. They don't. They don't want to come because our policies have made it so difficult for them to come. Power plants close down here. They don't open. We've gone through lists of them. Power plants close down here. They don't open. And as a result of power plants closing down and not opening, we have transmission lines, and then we complain about those. Transmission lines take people's land. They sometimes take wild lands. They sometimes take forested lands. They take usable lands. They take ag lands. Why do we need so many darn transmission lines? Because we don't produce our own energy, that we could have shorter transmission lines into the grid. We got to bring it in from Pennsylvania. And so we live, as the chairman of the Committee of Relevant Jurisdiction has told all of you today, in an energy desert. One of the provisions of this bill is to encourage the natural gas and other sectors of the energy development world to come and maybe build something else here in Maryland. And it suggests that if a new natural gas plant is brought in through some of the lowering of some barriers that may currently exist economically and from a regulatory perspective, the bill will ameliorate some of those. And if a new natural gas plant comes in, they have to certify that they will convert to biofuels or hydrogen when the regulatory authority determines that it is feasible. So the argument and the amendment, what the amendment does is it changes the words when the regulatory authority says it's feasible to convert your natural gas plant, do it now. We determined when it is, it's now, do it. To if the regulatory authority determines that it's technologically feasible and economically practicable. I don't want to bore anybody, but I will tell you that in the real world where our laws are actually litigated, in the real world where people really look at them, it ain't politics. Politics is great in this room. That's not where these decisions get made. The people who run energy companies, they're lawyers. They're not politicians. They don't give a crap about us. They care about how they get their product to market and what their money can be. I'm not a modern-day Gordon Gekko. Greed is not good, but capitalism is good. Profit is good. return of value to your business enterprise is good. I'm sitting up here watching my, stock market, watching my retirement fade away every minute. I understand why, believe me. But I would suggest to you that capitalism and investment and return on capital is good. So when those lawyers and those energy company executives get out and they're like, well, I was thinking about coming to Maryland, putting in maybe a new natural gas plant or other energy permitting plant, not a green energy, but I was thinking about putting it there, but I don't know. I like biomass and biofuel and hydrogen. I think when the technology gets there, that's a great thing to do. But we cannot create technology. We cannot create the rules and the mandates. That's not how scientific technological advancement works. No one came to Thomas Edison and said, hey, tell you what, man, you don't invent that light bulb, and the next year, we're going to make people use the light bulb. Well, the light bulb didn't work. And he had to try and try and try until it worked. Nobody came to Henry Ford and said, I tell you what we're going to do. If your car doesn't work, we're just going to ban people from horse-powered carriages. We don't like the horse manure on our streets. We've had enough of this. We're just going to make them get the cars. You have to get one. Well, it doesn't work. It falls apart. I don't care. You have to get one. Nobody ever did this before until we had the green energy revolution. Because you cannot mandate technological advancement beyond where it works and where it's economically practical. And that's all it does. Feasible, Merriam-Webster dictionary, capable of being done or carried out, capable of being used or dealt with. Cambridge dictionary, feasible, able to be made done. Some lawyer, I know we all think this is silly, but I've been there, believe me. Some lawyer somewhere is going to use those words, and the PSC is going to say, you certified that when we told you it was feasible, you could do it. Feasible means you have the technological ability to do it. We determine that you do it now. And they're going to say, but it's going to cost us so much money that we'll lose money on the plant, and the only way we can do it is if you let me raise rates on the ratepayer. And the PSC is going to go, cool, I serve the great green god. Ratepayer, pay more money, we got it done. All the amendment does is it says, if it's technologically feasible and economically practicable under the words and the definition of what the words mean, we'll do this. When that moment comes, we should all be doing it. We should all be allowing them to convert to biofuels and hydrogen. Let that moment come because it makes sense for the scientists and the market and the economic conditions, not because you all want it to just whenever you say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
It's good to hear the minority leader say lawyers don't care about us as a practicing attorney. Apparently, neither do real estate developers because nonsensical tariffs are crushing your 401k, not us. On that, what I would say on the amendment is that coal and oil plants are closing because they are no longer economically viable. That is why they are closing. It's also been mentioned 1,000 times this entire session that we import 40% of our energy. It is cost effective to import 40% of our energy as we participate in the PJM grid. The last time we built a generation plant was Keys, and that was in 2018. And since then, demand has been flat. So there is no need to add any more generation in terms of, some sort of crisis onto our grid. What we are trying to do in this bill is, in fact, build more generation in the state of Maryland so that we are less reliant on the crazy rules that are set by PJM and outside of our jurisdiction, where utilities can circumvent the policies that we put in place. But your amendment, frankly, we do not believe is accurate. Nothing in the bill, as amended, because we struck the language, requires the conversion. It requires a report when it is feasible, and that language is significantly broader. But also, we expect most systems built right now could be converted, but they're simply not ready. And what we're talking about in the bill is the infrastructure, not the fuels. And I think if it were the fuels, like biomass, it would be a different conversation. But it's not. It's about the actual infrastructure and plant itself. And so I don't know about a great green God. Maybe God bless CO2. I'm not really sure. But the fact of the matter is, this is not necessary. Please reject the amendment.
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, we hear a lot that things aren't necessary because we're already doing them, and all I ask is if we're already doing them, you know, when some folks, and I won't say who, but he taught me in law school and sits right behind me, but when some folks came to this legislature, the annotated code of Maryland was about 10 volumes. I got one of them sitting on my thing. It's about 60 volumes now. Why? Because we just keep passing more laws. And I got news for you. You can read through any one of them and find lots of things that are like, I don't know that that word really needs to be there because it's really over in this other section, but it's there. But politically and from sending a message, if we don't need it because we think that the economically practicable concept is already built into it, then just put it in there. Then just put it in there. And then everyone will walk out the room and say, we've sent a clear message that it does have to be economically practicable in order to do this rather than just when the PSC says it does. We hear it every day. Wow, we think it's already in there. We've heard it 3 times today. It's already in there. It's already in there. If it's already in there, then what's the harm of simply saying we've all got to the same page, we'll put it in there? The reds and the greens, the blues and the reds, the wins and the losses, do something all together and say, yeah, that's what the way we want it to be. Everybody will feel better about this process. And that's all that we're trying to do is make sure that these policies are economically practicable rather than politically salient. Move the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 96, 95, take my glasses off. 95 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a final amendment for me, at least, at the desk. 443825/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In furtherance of the conversation about how we're trying to get more energy into the state, my friend from St. Mary's County just said, we have flat demand, we don't need new energy sources. I just don't know how that can be. I don't know how that can be if we have flat demand and new energy sources, but we have power companies saying that in the coming years they anticipate brownouts, blackouts, we need more transmission lines crisscrossing our state like pasta ribbons from states that produce energy to states that need energy. I guess we don't need energy. If we've got sufficient demand and sufficient production, why is everybody's energy bill going up? I'm not an economist. I took Econ 101. I hope a lot of people in this room did, or at least can remember some of it. If your demand and your supply meet each other, prices don't generally go up. And everyone in this room knows where prices are going for utilities in the state of Maryland. One direction only, through the top of that beautiful roof up there. And so what this amendment does is it addresses a section of the bill that was not the bill was originally drafted and presented, which I like better, but the bill that emerged from the Senate negotiations that said, essentially, for every one green energy, for every one non-green energy project that the PSC would approve under these expedited new processes, they have to approve 4 green energy projects. 4-to-1. If you meet and you talk to anyone who's in the business of bringing in these projects, these massive companies and corporations that provide the electricity that we all need to have the standard of living we desire, they will tell you, that ain't gonna work. They will tell you that we're basically not going to get hardly anything out of this. 4-to-1. 4-to-1. What the amendment does is it changes it to 2-to-1. I am happy to accept the realities of the state of Maryland and say people in this room believe that we are going to be the only state in America powered by windmills. Great. We are going to be the only state in America powered largely by solar panels, despite the fact they would have to probably cover every square foot of available land in the state to do it. Great. I'm okay. I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatist. That's where we live. That's how you guys vote. It is what it is. I'll give you 2-to-1. 2-to-1. 2 windmill projects for every one project that the rest of America, with the exception of a handful of 2 or 3 or 4 states, they'd be happy to have. 2-to-1 for every massive solar field. I can't wait I cannot wait till I drive down 270 somewhat frequently. I cannot wait to when I drive through 270 and I see the agriculture preserve of northern Montgomery County covered from tree to tree in solar panels. I cannot wait until I see people just tearing down usable land in the larger counties of the Baltimore-Washington corridor and planting solar panels everywhere. I cannot wait until there is a solar panel across the street, a solar farm across the street from every one of the houses and apartments of everyone in this chamber. I think it'll be beautiful. It'll be beautiful. I cannot wait till I come to Annapolis and I see every inch of green space that surrounds us. I see them build out into the harbor. I think it's wonderful. Build them where you live. Tell me how wonderful you think they'll be. Because you won't. You won't do it. Your constituents will rebel against you across the board when you start saying you have to have windmills, you have to have solar farms in my neighborhood. They won't like it. I guarantee you that. What the math of it says is that we do 10 projects. So once you get above 10 projects, the numbers would change. But or once you stay below 10 projects, the numbers wouldn't apply. But if you do 10 projects, it would have to be 8-2. Green versus what the industry suggests is economically feasible. You got up to 12 projects, 10-2. Just the math of it would actually work out to a 5-1 ratio. You'd have to get to 15 projects to go 12-3. All we're asking is just be reasonable. Be reasonable. We don't have to be the greenest, farthest, leftist, most incredibly economically sound or environmentally sound. We don't care about the economics. We don't have to do that. Leave that to California. Just do things that make sense here for Maryland. And all the amendment does is it changes the 4-1 ratio for the siting of these potential new plants, which we all should want, to a 2-1 ratio, so as to encourage more development of both sources of energy in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Vice Chair of the committee.
Promotion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to urge the body to resist this amendment, and if we only wanted renewable energy, we wouldn't have this bill. What the gentleman's amendment does is change the ratio for the expedited CPCN, Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity process. That is it. There are no caps. There's no caps on building a new gas generator in the state of Maryland right now. Additionally, what we are trying to do through this bill is prime the pump in the PJM queue to get other generators into the queue to build here in Maryland through an expedited CPCN process. That is it. Everything in the queue right now is green. Not everything, but most of it is green. And so what we're saying is hold this ratio so we can move faster through those projects. We do not believe at the very moment that we're going to have more than 10 projects. That is why we set the cap at 10. If it exceeds that, as the minority leader mentioned, the cap no longer applies. But additionally, the PSC has discretion through a waiver to adjust the ratio, and we gave them that discretion. And for those reasons, we urge the body to resist the amendment.
Briefly, Madam Speaker.
Briefly.
Thank you. What we're saying, and that's absolutely correct, and I appreciate the bill. I might give a lot of thought to voting for the bill because I do think that you're expediting the Certificate of Public Need process. But what you're doing is saying solar, wind, go fast. Everything else goes slow. Markets take signals from that. Investors take signals from that. Companies take signals from that. If we come back here 5 years from now and we haven't built or put through the expedited CPCN process anything but wind and solar, we'll have known what we've done today. Sun go fast, wind go fast. Everybody else, where everybody else is getting the majority of their power, you go slow. That's a policy decision made for politics, not in the real world. And I would request that, again, it's just cutting it to 2-1. It's not eliminating it. It's not eliminating preferences for green projects. Just bringing it in line with a little thing I like to call reality. Move the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none.
Good
Yes.
afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I laud you for standing up for over 3 hours and 15 minutes listening to this, but hopefully this will continue and get faster. I have an amendment at the desk, ma'am, and that is Amendment 293920/1.
Amendment number 1.
Thank you. As I understand it, after sitting here for a while, the goal here is to reduce costs at the end of the day because everybody's upset about them. And I think that the minority leader took a lot of wind out of my sails earlier with his earlier references to the green gods, how we got here, who we're beholding to in the NGOs, et cetera. So this makes my speech a lot shorter. When I look at the amendment that I'm putting forth now, it deals with construction, on the construction of the power plants. And basically what it asks is to take out the prevailing wage clause, guarantees against strikes, locks-outs, and requirements for labor management cooperation of community benefit agreements. If you live in Southern Maryland and you have a nuclear power plant and you have 75% of the employees in your district, you understand this a little bit better. And if we're trying to truly reduce costs at the end of the day, you have the prevailing wage issue. Well, that's fine sometimes if you want to jack costs up. And the prevailing wage will increase costs. It'll increase costs of construction. And then who's going to pay for it at the end of the day is the person who's going to use the product at the very end. I continue to look at the things we have Calvert Cliff. So we have not a lot of people down there who are unemployed. We are in really, really good shape. However, but as we look at what this is asking for, it's asking for, can you maximize the cost of construction on a contract, and then we turn around and look at major contracts in the state and everything's a little bit technically acceptable. Well, how can you have your cake with a union with prevailing wage and then make it low cost technically acceptable? And then how can the business down there try to find the number of employees that are going to be necessary to build the plant? So as I said, I look at this thing and say the bottom line, the legislation is going to do nothing more than really make building much more expensive. The taxpayer and the ratepayer are going to pay for it at the end of the day, and we're back to right where we started from. So that, ma'am, I move my amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask the body to resist the amendment. First, to be clear, these projects are taking state dollars. And so if they're taking state dollars, then we get the opportunity to set expectations. Second, there are numerous studies that show that prevailing wage does not, in fact, significantly increase costs to a project. And they address a worker shortage, which right now, many of our construction companies believe that we are heading towards that. And there is significant economic research regarding that. Additionally, what the gentleman's amendment does, if I read it correctly, is that I think there's a little bit of confusion between a project labor agreement and a community benefit agreement. And all we are requiring in the bill for a new nuclear plant is a community benefit agreement, which just simply says that if you're going to put a nuclear power plant in a community that doesn't have it, you have to invest into that community. And if you look at a project, a potential project in Calvert County, which this gentleman represents, they have almost willingly done that without anybody telling them to do so. And so for those reasons, we're going to ask the body to resist this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Charles Dickens wrote about Great Expectations at one time. And I can't remember all the literature about it, but it was fraught with problems. And as my colleague from St. Mary's has rightly pointed out, the energy company, Constellation, Exxon, has put a tremendous amount of infrastructure into Calvert County. And if they're going to build another power plant, they're perfectly capable of building that power plant on the property within the fence line of everything that's already been created along the way. So with that, I ask for the body to support this amendment. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 96 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I have an amendment at desk. Amendment 313623-1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
I have a couple questions. Well, first and foremost, what this amendment seeks to do is to eliminate the cap on natural gas production, how it relates to oil and coal production. So I have a couple questions for the floor leader.
Madam Speaker.
Yes. Go right ahead.
So just really quickly. So why do we put that provision in the bill to begin with?
Because that is, no, we put it in there because that is what the megawatts are right now on the coal and oil. So it's only for the expedited CPCN. So there is no cap on building natural gas. Never has been. We're not doing that in this bill. All we're saying is that basically the cap exists because that's what we're trying to transition.
So I guess my question is going back to talking about importing energy from PJM and so on and so forth. You said we're importing about 40% of our energy through PJM right now into the state?
Have since we deregulated. Never
Sure.
been much of an issue.
And of that 40%, do you know what percent of PJM's power comes from coal?
I don't off the top of my head. I apologize.
Between 22 and 36%. It varies. Do you know what percent comes from natural gas right now?
If I had to guess, half.
44%, just about right. And that's the dirty little secret of our energy policies is we've shut down our energy production only to import fossil fuel energy into the state of Maryland. So my question to that is, and I guess it's more of a statement, and if I'm not understanding, please forgive me, or please correct me, but if we're trying to put caps on or an even playing field with natural gas versus coal and versus oil, natural gas is 30% cleaner than oil and 50% cleaner than coal. So why would we put it on the same footing? Why wouldn't we encourage or really let it rip with natural gas even during this transition?
First, I want to make it clear. We're not closing anybody, nor have we. So I just want to make sure we're on the same wavelength here.
Our policies have.
No. We have not closed. The state of Maryland has not closed any of that.
Sure.
There is no cap on coal. There's no cap on oil. There's no cap on gas. There is just a cap on the expedited CPCN process. That's it. That's it.
Well, why wouldn't we uncap that when we're desperate for energy and we want anybody who wants to come to Maryland to provide energy immediately, right, direct to consumer? Why would we even put a cap on the expedited process?
I think it is because of the fact that we want to prioritize shovel-ready energy projects to get them online. So if these coal and oil plants, A, make a transition or they just up and close in 3 months, that we are in a better position. I don't even think, to be honest with you, that the PSC is going to hit that cap. I don't think they're coming in. So we set the cap high enough that we expect that to be more than enough to provide all of these projects if they choose to come here, because they have to make that choice and they have to get in line to get in.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. So again, to the gentleman's point, if we don't think we're going to hit the cap, what's the point of the cap? Doesn't make any sense. And we want as much energy to come into the state, as much energy production to come and state as possible. And our ratepayers, our constituents need it quickly. I don't care if it's natural gas. I don't care if it's nuclear. I don't care where it comes from. But it has to be affordable. We make sure it's not subsidized or subsidized as limited as possible, right? And it's relatively clean. And again, natural gas is much, much cleaner than coal or oil. And we're already importing 44% of that energy right now, of the 40% that we import from other states, in addition to all the coal and oil energy that we're currently importing from other states. Again, all we did here, we didn't regulate or move energy, pass policies that moved our energy production out of state to make it cleaner for Maryland. We're still using tons of fossil fuels. It's just more expensive to our ratepayers because of our policies that we've created, which is unfortunate. So again, all this seeks to do is remove the cap. We need energy now. We need lower rates now. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 93 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 473928/1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this amendment is again an very, very simple amendment. All it seeks to do is to suspend the RGGI, which is the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, participation by the state of Maryland. This cap and trade program is supposed to reduce greenhouse gases, and overall it actually increased greenhouse gases and significantly impacts consumer costs, while non-RGGI fossil fuel generating PJM states receive $1.3 billion annually in revenue, roughly. This cap and trade program is more like a tax bait and switch program. Exiting the program and removing the generation component on everyone's bill could save just BG&E ratepayers alone $240 to $250 million a year. So how this works is when I do actually want to talk a little bit about Virginia and the impact in Virginia, because they recently voted to remove themselves from the RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, that they started in 2021. And this is all according to data reported by the U.S. Energy Information Agency, that the amount of carbon dioxide that was emitted had actually grown despite 2 years of RGGI caps and taxes. The total CO2 emissions did not shrink, but grew by 3.7 million tons. That is because the emissions total includes tracking all power producers providing the electrons to the state, which is not the same as emissions from power producers located within the state. Virginia's membership in RGGI is having the exact opposite effect from what its adherents claim it does, because as many predicted, it has forced Virginia to import far more electricity than it used to. Electricity imports grew from 14 million megawatt hours in 2020 to 39 million in 2022, up 280%. And RGGI has simply driven power production from fossil fuels used by Virginia to the other states, as it has for other RGGI member states. So what does that mean here? It means the RGGI allowances are passed on to electricity purchasers. Again, it's passed on to the ratepayers. And one of the biggest impacts that it has on my area, and one of the biggest economic and conservation impact, is that the higher transmission costs to cover the process of importing power from the states not covered by RGGI, the dollars are all coming from consumers one way or the other, and it has made my county a virtual patchwork, or a proposed virtual patchwork of transmission lines. So, what is the bottom line on this? While in the past, RGGI has had a positive impact on the reduction of CO2 in PJM, that impact has now moved from a reduction in carbon dioxide to one of an increase, along with significant increase in cost to consumers in PJM. And one of the study analysis indicates that emission reductions across the entire PJM footprint would today be even greater if RGGI were not implemented in any PJM state. Moreover, the cost to PJM consumers would also decrease were RGGI not implemented. RGGI appears quite clearly to have outlived its stated objective in PJM, and from a policy perspective is in significant need of realignment, if not elimination. So I do have have a couple questions to ask the floor leader about the RGGI states and who they are.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
So do you know which are the main RGGI states?
There's 10 RGGI states.
10 RGGI states. And
all of New England, New York, in Maryland, Delaware, and New Jersey.
Okay, is Pennsylvania in or out? I kept
They're
getting
out
different
right now.
feedback. They're out right now. Okay, thank you. So if RGGI works, then why are these states the ones with the highest energy costs? If we take out California, Alaska, Hawaii, why are these the ones, and I have them right here, the 4.125 rates, significantly higher in all of the states that you just mentioned?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Well, so here's the interesting thing about energy. It's never one thing that is driving rates. It's a whole host of things that drive rates. And so what you have to actually look at is you have to hold constant in serious studies, not just take a one-time look at these are the states and here's their prices, but you actually have to look at prices over time to understand the impact of something as complex as RGGI. And so in fact, if you look at prices from 2009 to 2019, I believe is the study, and you look at the RGGI states compared to the rest of the country, what you find is the RGGI states actually holding constant for all the other factors. RGGI state prices went down while the rest of the country went up. And you might wonder why that would be the case. And it's an interesting feature of RGGI, which is that you get the revenue from RGGI, and because most of it is invested in energy efficiency in that state, as we've learned recently about Empower, when you invest in energy efficiency, you have to build your distribution grid out less, and that saves money for everybody. So when you isolate the impact of RGGI, not considering all the other things that are going on in any given state, you actually find that the RGGI state prices have gone down compared to the rest of the country. Now, I know you're also asking about this other study that was done, and in fact, what this study concludes is that the states actually in RGGI did quite well. It's the other PJM states that didn't do as well. So my conclusion from this study is all of the PJM states should get into RGGI and get the good outcomes that we're getting in Maryland, which is saving money, and as it turns out, also saving significant health impacts, asthma rates, neonatal health rates, respiratory, heart disease. So we are saving electricity prices for our residents, and we're saving healthcare costs. I don't know why anyone at a time when prices are going up across this state and across this country would suggest that we would get out of something that is saving our consumers money as effectively as RGGI is.
I would say, as you mentioned, up until 2019, and I believe the studies were clear that we are now on the other side, or the downward side of the cycle, and that it has perhaps outweighed its usefulness. So I think it would also be a good idea to suspend it until then all the other PJM states were in it. And so according to this chart, again, which is just, this isn't a study or anything, this is literally just the energy rates from across the country. Either that, the RGGI states, if you're looking at the whole component of it, then we're doing a lot of things that are not good as far as the cost of energy, because it is a significant difference, more than twice to 3 times the difference in the RGGI member states. And so I do want to get back to our friends in Virginia, because we do talk about them a lot here, and their state air pollution control board recently voted 4-3 to take Virginia out of the RGGI initiative. So that move, let's go to what Governor Glenn Youngkin said. He calls it a tax on Virginia ratepayers, specifically those that were getting electricity from Dominion. And it also is in response to a Youngkin executive order, which was called Protecting Ratepayers from the Rising Cost of Living Due to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which required the state to leave the program through regulation. So this cap and trade program, a market-based scheme to reduce the carbon emissions by assigning a cost to each ton of CO2 expelled by the power plants, gives the generators a choice to either invest in cleaner energy, to your point, or pay to remit a carbon by buying into a pool of allowances, which grow more scarce and more expensive over time. So Youngkin's argument for that was that the incentives for Dominion Energy no longer exist. And he said, quote, today's common sense decision by the Air Board to repeal RGGI protects Virginians from the failed program that is not only a regressive tax on families and businesses across the Commonwealth, but also does nothing to reduce pollution. So this is where we have a choice. Do we want to continue down the path of the skyrocketing energy costs of New England, or do we want to follow Virginia, whose energy costs were much lower, and protect our Maryland ratepayers from something that is no longer working? So it could possibly, again, save at least $250 million to our ratepayers, which, again, I tell you, I get emails almost every single day about, especially from BG&E ratepayers, about the cost of energy and how much it has gone off. So it is time for us to protect our ratepayers here.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 95 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 383524.
Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Colleagues, you heard this amendment on the budget bill. I'm hoping that the chairman of ECM is nicer and actually accepts it, because I know that the Appropriations chair loved the idea, but we just couldn't do it on the budget. All it does is take the RGGI funds that were just spoke at length and in detail so well by my colleague from Carroll County and return it back to the ratepayers. The RGGI funds put $200 and some million into the Strategic Energy Investment Fund last year. Should be about the same this year. That money should go back to the ratepayers. I looked at the C Funds report from 2 years ago, or actually in 2024. Their success story: Anne Arundel County Public Schools were awarded $900,000 for EV buses, and the federal government gave them $1.2 million. So last night when I got back to my office, I texted my contact with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. We've bought 0 buses. I think the money could have been better spent in the pockets of the ratepayers. We are designing program and groups, and we're gonna debate all this stuff exhaustively. How about we just let the people keep their money? These ideas that keep pointing out counterfactuals. Well, we saved the world and we're saving money, but you can't prove any of it. You know what you can prove? That the people got to keep their money. This is only for low-income people, the people that are struggling day in and day out right now, that are scared. They don't know how to pay their utility bill. They don't know how to survive. It is vital that people keep their lights on. It is vital that people have the confidence that when they hit their light switch, the lights will come on. Some of them live on medical equipment. These people are the ones that are on fixed incomes, our veterans, our older generation, those that just don't have the financial means, and they're getting crushed by these utility bills. I'm just saying, let's stop playing games. Let's stop sending money to New York so they can send it to MEA, so they can design a program that's going to help us through a counterfactual that nobody can prove. How about we just let them keep their money? That's all I'm asking. The lowest income people need this money. Stop taking it from them. We're stealing dollars from ratepayers to pay out dimes to advocates in our special interest. That's not right. If you care about the low-income people, if you care about your constituents that are struggling every day, just let them keep their money. That's all I'm asking. $200 million that is paid by the fossil fuel companies, by the way, that goes into that. So it's not taxpayer money. It's money that the fossil fuel companies are paying that they then pass along to the ratepayer. So just let them keep their money. That's all I'm asking.
Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to ask the body to resist the amendment. I think that I'm a little bit confused on the argument, but to clarify, 50% of the RGGI money goes to energy assistance, and the rest goes to energy efficiency, which I know we've discussed many times on the floor this year. Ultimately, saving money for each and every one of us, so that way there isn't additional capital expenditures that we all would, frankly, be harmed economically from. But I think that the crux of the gentleman's argument, amendment, if I read it properly, surrounds the return of funds, the $200 million that is going back to ratepayers, and it is done on a volumetric basis. And so I want people to understand that we are trying to get people money as fast as possible. And it is a little bit disingenuous to argue that only rich people use the most volumetric rate. In fact, low-income people have the most inefficient homes. That is why there has been bill after bill after bill before us that we have passed out of the House to get those folks more energy efficiency programs and assistance. That way it lessens the burden on each and every one of us. And so we want to get people back their funds, to be clear, or their money, to be clear. It'll go back in 2 payments, one in the summer and one in the winter, and you will see that on your bill because each and every person does that. And this is the most effective way to do that, to return it expeditiously. And I ask the body to resist this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
This amendment is very narrowly focused. It goes to the Office of Home Energy Program, whose primary goal is to help out low-income people. So it's not some program that might think about doing it because they're worried about making things energy efficient. This is their job. I'm not a big fan of creating more and more programs in this state, but this program already is in existence, and is in existence primarily and only to help low-income people with their utility bills. I'm just asking this money goes there. That's it. Help the low-income people. I push this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What we're doing is going direct to the ratepayer. That is what we're doing. There's not an intermediary there. Additionally, under the gentleman's program, it makes an assumption that there aren't other programs that benefit low and moderate income folks. We have Electric Universal Service Program, the Maryland Energy Assistance Program. There's retirement assistance. There's utility service protection programs. There are other programs that these folks can take advantage of. But we are trying to expeditiously get money back into our ratepayers' hands and not have the government add additional costs so then in the end, there's less money distributed. Additionally, under the gentleman's program, we're also concerned about moderate income people. People making $75,000 with 4 kids trying to get by, they deserve some sort of a return too. And so for those reasons, we ask the body to resist the amendment.
Question for the House. Okay, question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 95 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. First of all, body, I rise to say the minority party does not take great joy in keeping you here on the floor for hours and hours, but this 54-page reprint that shows up 50 hours before sine die, and you can tell we feel we had very little input into it. So perhaps next year we can have a House bill on the floor before crossover and not 50 hours before the end of session. I have an amendment at the desk. It's 653521/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This is a very simple amendment, and it actually addresses what the Vice Chair was just talking about. He said 2 payments direct to ratepayers. We're trying to get money in the hands of ratepayers immediately. This will do it. This is the bill to repeal Empower. So you want to get money in the hands of ratepayers, not twice, but every single month? This is your answer. And these Empower bills, as you know, we've talked about them on the floor before, can range from $12 a month up to literally hundreds of dollars a month. There's a senior community locally here that provided me with their utility bills, and they're paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month on Empower. And that money could be put right back in their bank account to support senior citizens and provide them care as they live out their years. This is right. Every single person will see this money, not just those who are needy, middle-class people, working people. Everyone who pays a gas and electric bill will see a reduction in their bill beginning the moment this goes into effect. So with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to move my amendment.
Vice Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to urge the body to resist the amendment. First, there's no Empower surcharge that is hundreds of dollars a month. That is not factually accurate. And I know that we've had this debate several times on the floor this year, but for every dollar into the Empower program, there's $2.12 in savings. And in fact, since its inception, $4 billion has gone into the Empower program and has saved ratepayers $14.5 billion on capital expenditures. So there's another 9% on top of that when the utilities are able to make investments into their substations and infrastructure that we are combating through this program. There's also this notion that if somehow I don't use the Empower program and my neighbor does, I haven't benefited from it. And that is not true. If I put energy efficient appliances into my home and I shave peak load, then all of us in the room benefit from that. And that collectively is what is saving our state billions of dollars. And there's no need to take this amendment, and there is absolutely no need to revoke and remove a program that is as effective as this one. I ask the body to resist the amendment.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support the young lady's amendment. And the facts that we just heard from the floor leader, a little misleading. Talked about $1 or $2.25 or $2.12 for every dollar spent. It's more Bernie Madoff math, because the Empower program is not the same program that it was years ago. The General Assembly changed it last year. It's now a gas reduction program. And the reason why I'm standing to support the money going back to the ratepayers is this is it's like a scheme. When we started looking at energy bills this session, I felt like we were in a detective movie and all these different players are up on the board. You have the ratepayer, you have the utility company, you have all these different funds. You got Reggie, Seif, Empower. And it's like I need a piece of yarn going to each one. I don't know if we need Doge. I think we need Elliot Ness at this point to untangle all this stuff. And I'll give you an example. Greenhouse gas grants. The same organization that lobbies us almost every day coming into the chamber, CASA, that's lobbying against us
They canceled the 287G program and stopped the Tainers, got $750,000 in greenhouse gas grants last year. I don't know if a lot of taxpayers know that their utility money is going to organizations like that. I wonder how that would poll. I support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the floor leader, I assure you those bills are hundreds of dollars, and I'm happy to provide them to you. So that is absolutely true, and I will show it to you in black and white. This is a good amendment that will allow your ratepayers, the number one thing we hear, each of us on this floor, from constituents this year is their unaffordable gas and electric bills. And giving them crumbs twice a year when you could turn around and deliver them immediate relief every month is an easy choice to make. Please vote green.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 95 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I have another amendment at the desk, 903-921/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is another simple amendment. I won't have to belabor it long. As you know, the People's Council is charged with a couple of things. They used to only be charged with looking out for ratepayers. But a couple of years ago, they were another job was added to their list, which was the Climate Solutions Now Act. So they are no longer just looking out for ratepayers. And so this bill would return the People's Council focus to ratepayers. So when they are advocating for and against things at the PSC, they are looking out for the bottom line of people's bills that they are given every month. And it's on page 12 of the bill, which is like halfway through the 57-page bill. We're actually doing that in the bill and having the commission follow criteria that, quote, provides the lowest cost impact on ratepayers of the price set under a long-term pricing schedule. So it's just one part of this bill that is saying it's important to make sure that we have a low cost impact on ratepayers. This would do the same thing. There have been many complaints that the Office of the People's Council has traditionally focused on protecting residential utility customers from unfair sales practices and unreasonable rates, but the OPC has integrated the state's environmental and greenhouse gas reduction goals into its mission, and now that is not their priority. So I believe we need to return the OPC to protecting ratepayers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for everyone's awareness, I do believe this is the last amendment that we have. I know it's quite warm in here. I'm sweating like an otter in a river. So just so everyone is aware, this is, I believe, the same amendment that was offered on 1037. And again, the OPC aggressively goes after ratepayer protections. In fact, just here in the last several weeks, if you just read what they've gone after, it's $152 million against BGE. There's $720 million that they've aggressively gone after on Brandon Shores. There's $85 million they've gone after Columbia Gas. And so just because the purpose was expanded not by Climate Solutions Now, had nothing to do with that bill. It was before that. Does not mean that they still aren't aggressively pursuing the original 3 tenets that they were chartered to do. And for those reasons, I urge the body to resist the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I stand to support the gentlelady's amendment. It's interesting to hear that OPC is aggressively going after those sorts of things. That's not been my experience at all with trying to meet with the Office of People's Counsel in my district with the Brandon Shores project. In fact, it's been hard for us to even get them to want to engage with us on that project. So it's interesting that they're aggressively going after those sorts of things. Those are the sorts of things that they should be going after, frankly. Those are the sorts of things that I've had literal people crying to me about in my district about their rates and how they can't afford these things. And yet, we've had trouble even getting OPC to meet with us. So I'm very surprised to hear how aggressive they are, because that has not been, in practice, what we have experienced in our district, at least. Maybe that's the case in other parts of the state. That has not been our experience in our district, and I think that's why this is an important amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call. Let me do my job. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 96 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker, one more.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, if we weren't talking about this 49 hours from sine die, we wouldn't be here this long. Amendment at the desk, 743429/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is another very simple amendment that gets rid of some language in the bill. It repeals the prohibition against the use of grants and loans for installation or improvement in the efficiency of certain equipment that uses fossil fuels. So under this bill, you cannot get a loan or grant to improve equipment or energy efficiency for equipment that uses fossil fuels. I find this very discriminatory. If you are living in a rural area and you have a propane tank that helps support your home and living, this money should be available to you as well. And there are situations where people need fossil fuels to heat their home. And disallowing it is, I think, is a bad policy, and it really is discriminatory against people who live in the rural part of this state. For that, I will move the amendment.
Madam Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the amendment. I think that perhaps there's a misunderstanding about what this section of the bill does. So let me just tell you what your amendment actually removes. There we have BEPS, which is the Building Energy Performance Standards in the state. Our BEPS set standards for all the larger buildings in the state. That includes multifamily buildings. DHCD has a program to help the owners of low-income multifamily buildings meet the BEPS standards. The section that you're seeking to delete are the grants and the loans that help multifamily low-income buildings meet the BEPS standards, which already have the rules that are going to keep them from burning gas in the buildings. So the rules are there, and your amendment would have the effect of taking away the grants and the loans that would help them meet those standards. So for all those reasons, colleagues, I urge you to resist this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Floor leader, rise, please. So I see, it is on whatever page that's unnumbered because, again, the bill has been amended so many times. You're telling me that if they have a gas powered system, which I do know there are some low-income multifamily properties in Baltimore County that use gas, they cannot keep their gas system and improve it with a new gas system because this says that they cannot use a system that uses fossil fuels. They would have to convert to electric to take advantage of this.
That's not really what I'm saying. We have BEPS, which is going to apply to these buildings. Any building that is required to meet the BEPS standard, which is changing to some extent, but any building that's required to meet those BEPS standards, which is going to include not burning fossil fuels. So if you have a concern about that, I think your concern is with BEPS, not with this, because what this does is it helps those buildings meet the standards that are set in another law. So if you see, I can't find that page myself right this second, but if you look at it, it references the environment article, and the environment article that it references are BEPS articles. And so what this is, it's a grant program that DHCD runs that helps them meet those standards, which are going to require that they're not burning fossil fuels on site. So this is going to help them meet that. Your amendment would take away, what your amendment would do is take away the support for them to meet those BEPS standards.
Only if they chose fossil fuels, correct? Because that's what my amendment says. You can't discriminate against them if they want to use a gas system,
which they won't be able to do with the BEPS. If they are under BEPS, they're not going to be able to do that anyways. And this grant helps them meet BEPS.
Sounds like we need to cancel BEPS. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will withdraw my amendment.
Okay. Without any objection, the amendment has been withdrawn. Am I doing this one? Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Special order calendar number 71. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 937, electricity and gas, emissions reductions, rate regulation, cost recovery, infrastructure, planning, and renewable energy portfolio standard and energy assistance programs. Next Generation Energy Act. Favorable report is amended and adopted.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All my questions have been answered.
Okay. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Message from the Senate. Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the bills and committee assignments.
Senate Bill 427, the President, House Rules. Senate Bill 685, Senator Augustine, House Rules. By order of Sylvia Seeger, Chief Clerk.
House bill amended in the Senate. House Bill 504. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 504, Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move not to concur.
Motion before the House is to not concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are rejected. The clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refused to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Barnes chair, Delegate Atterbury, and Delegate Smith. Said bill is returned herewith.
Okay. House bill amended in the Senate. House Bill 702. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 702, County Boards of Education, Special Education Service Delivery Models, Publication Requirement, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move not to concur with the Senate amendments.
The motion before the House is to not to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are rejected. The clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the Senate recede from its position. Said bill is returned herewith.
That ends the work at the desk. Before you get all excited, you don't have to come back anytime today. And we will be in Saturday, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Okay? All right, with that, committee announcements, appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will vote immediately after session.
Judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. The House Judiciary Committee will have a voting session tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Environment and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Environment and Transportation Committee will meet for a voting session at 3:30.
Ways and Means.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ways and Means Committee will not be meeting.
Economic Matters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Economic Matters Committee will be meeting for a voting session at 3:30.
Health and Government Operations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Health and Government Operations Committee will meet for a voting session immediately after session. Immediately after. Thank you.
Okay. Recognize the Chair of Judiciary. That will
Thank
help.
you, Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Sorry about that. There's going to be another meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock, so the House Judiciary Committee will have a voting session at 3:45.
Okay. All right.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Chair rules.
Thank you very much. With due respect to the Chair of Health and Government Operations, the Rules Committee is going to meet immediately following this session in the old House chamber for a few Senate re-referrals.
All right. Is there any subcommittee announcements? Okay. Any delegation announcements? Okay. Any caucus announcements? Yes.
Hello, friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Democratic Caucus will be meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the Prince George's County Delegation Room. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Women's Caucus members and associate members, good news. We ordered food that would keep should we have a long debate. Women's Caucus lunch or early dinner is still available for us in the House office, building room 150, the Prince George's room. Thank you.
Any other caucus announcements? Okay. All right. Hearing none.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
The ACO Committee will not be meeting today for a voting session. We will do it tomorrow at some time. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Quorum call.
Madam
Madam
Speaker. Oh. No.
Yes. Yes.
Madam Speaker, we stood up yesterday, and then we got quickly out of here. I have a special announcement to make. Can I do that?
Yes. Go ahead.
No. No. Permission to use the delegate's name.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, on behalf of the Harford County delegation, we would like to say happy birthday to Delegate McComas, belated, a day late. So sorry, but we moved quick, so happy birthday.
All right. Clerk will take the call. There being 136 members present, the House is still in session, recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stands adjourned until Saturday, April 5th at 10 a.m., legislative date March 22nd.